What do you mean you back at me right away when I didn't even open the mic? This is crazy. This is crazy. Welcome on in, Stony. That is wild. I mean that was expected, but Cybersect, welcome on in. How was the weekend? I hope the weekend was good. We have some pretty okay news. Um, we have some pretty good news, and we have some pretty bad news. You know, that's overall everything is pretty. Since everything is pretty, then we are pretty okay. Eh? That's uh, that's pretty good, huh? I hope you had a good weekend. That's the usual. Some of the things are really bad. I'm gonna expand on that in a second. Some of the things are really good. So overall, pretty good. Overall, pretty good. We've known better days, but today is an okay day. I don't know if I can show you that, but yeah, uh, I'm gonna see. Um, but yeah, that's the thing. What happened with Google? What did they do? What did they do? Is this login related? Kana, hi, what's going on? How are you? How's the day going? Um, well, let's go through the bad news first. The building at the corner is on fire. Great news. It's been on fire since 9 a.m. this morning. It is 1:30 in the afternoon. So, uh, yeah, it's uh, it's not the greatest of news. The thing is, it's like I went to the gym this morning, everything was fine. And then I went out for the pharmacy to get like the prescriptions that I have and so on. And it smelled burnt. And since basically 9 a.m., it's been on fire. Great news. And it's at the corner. So maybe at some point, as you say, maybe the power will be cut, which interestingly it hasn't been. I was expecting them to cut the power at some point just for, water purposes or electrical fire related stuff, but they didn't. So for now, we're good. They're still spraying. So I think the good news is that it's one of the top level flat that is on fire, meaning that it's just like, well, the top level. It didn't go through everything, so there is evacuation of the building, obviously, but of the streets as well. So that's not the greatest news, but that's the bad news of the day, I guess. But yeah, he got sick with 38. I I I know that 38 is a high temps for most people, and I'm sorry that you have a fever. I just know that my regular temperature is 37.7, 37.5 usually. So I tend to run really hot compared to most people. So when I'm at 38, 38.2, I'm still fine. I'm a bit on a fever side, but not like so. But I get it. I get it. I hope you can like recover as soon as possible because goddamn, that's not the greatest news either. The second bad news is once again the C4 of this morning was not necessarily the greatest idea. Um, but I need to finish the crates that I have. I still have like 16, 24 cans to drink. So you know, I need to go through. I need to go through. It's gonna take some time, but it's gonna be fine. It's gonna be fine. Um, if you can go because in there on the Google WebSocket on the music thing, that's really bad. Um, That is not the greatest. I mean, I'm not gonna say this is one of the reasons why I'm not using minifications, but since I'm not, everything is working for my Android version. So, like there's that. Um, but yeah, overall, I would say that's the bad news for the day. The C4 was a bit too much, and the fire down the street is a bit too much as well. So, if the stream crashes and I can't come back up, that might be because of an electrical cut or something else. I don't know. I don't know. Yes. Yes, it is. Technically, I'm gonna go back to what you all already know. Technically, the app is pretty cheap and not cheap, but like pretty small and light. It's just the dictionaries are hefty. Other than that, we're pretty good. We are pretty good. Same thing for the perfume app. It's mostly good, but it is like the database takes a lot of space, so it happens. But I may have fixed the authentication on this thing. I may have. I may have. So, what did I do? What did I do? I don't know. We decided, as in me and myself, decided that because I posted something on Twitter and people tried to log in and they couldn't. And I kind of know that technically speaking, the sign in and sign up pages as models and pop-ups were not really good for the user flow, not the user flow, but like for the authentication flow of Clerk. Now it's using the page version. So this is Clerk automated. And so it's basically the accounts don't ban me that are used instead of the ban me slash, which apparently was some sort of an issue, which I thought I fixed at some point, but nonetheless. And now because the redirect is working, it's working the same way, and I don't need to do the manual redirect that I was doing. So it might still break in 3 days, like it always do. I fix it and then it breaks again. But that's good news potentially, based on Tin right here. Um, Basically, um, it's working. So that's good news. That is good news. I went away. No, I did a bit of a change as well on the text-based card yesterday, specifically on the settings to have things that are a bit more organized in a way that makes sense. Before you had the font first and then the color and then the colors and then the style at the bottom, which makes absolutely no sense. And then I made the style first and then the font so that you can select the things and then the color. So if you want to change something, it's going to be way faster for you to go through style, font, and then color instead of the usual. So that's the thing, um, which is okay. It's okay. But yeah, that's a bit of a news. And then the last news on this one is I'm gonna go back to the top because it makes more sense here. Is this little addition to pay close attention? We have a bit of a physics engine happening. Finally, it took a while to figure out exactly how I could properly like rig the thing to be taken from where the cursor is taking the point. Like basically your grab point becomes the anchor. Kinda, it's a bit rough. Like if you're closer to this edge, it's basically around there. But yeah, it's a bit of an interesting physics system. Um, so yeah, that's new. That's new and it's working, and I'm pretty happy with it. Um, Other than that, and then I'm gonna click on that link, we have some good news. As said on Friday, we had our third paying users. Congrats. I went again to all three of the paying users. None of them are using the paid features. I don't get it. But I appreciate it. Um, And we have passed 100. I've passed 100 users, so that's really cool. 105 3 paying users, which means that we basically are at 3% conversion, which is not the greatest, but based on the fact that this is um, basically from January, so January and February alone have bringed us 100 people. That basically means that first months probably did roughly 25 to 50, and then second months probably 75 to 50 or 50 to 75 users. So the growth months over months, even though it's the beginning, is roughly 50%, which is impressive. And so going back to this calculation, if we go with conversion rate of 3%, because that's what we currently are at, but a growth of 40 to 50%, let's say 40% months over months, um, that means that our lowest price based on what we currently have, let me go back there to the usual thing, is going to be somewhere along the line of 7.99, so $8 a month. And because I'm currently set to 6, I'm in deficit somewhere around here of 40K, which is fine. If it sustains itself for that long, I should be okay with a deficit of 40K at some point. But as always, the conversion rate is expected to either grow with time, so maybe probably somewhere along the line of 10%, and then the growth is probably going to diminish itself to something, I would say, around 10% months over months to double with time as well, meaning that the overall calculations are going to fluctuate throughout the time and end up with exactly what we want. So that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. Let me click on that. That's a lot of fire. Uh, that looks that looks crazy, but it also looks really good. I mean, aesthetic aesthetically pleasing with the snow, with the composition, with the plane. Um, I it's I mean the shot is really good. The event not so good, but the shot pretty good, pretty good. Yeah, I don't know if people have died here yet. If they did, I will never know because I don't watch the news. But yeah, that I mean, fires are kind of efficient when it comes to. Yeah, I can't really show you that for reasons because you can't see shit. That's the first reason, but like the second reason is also not not the greatest. But yeah, I mean, France has had a ton of fires over the years. We have so many, so often, as in like warehouses and companies and just a simple thing that just catch on fire, like cars as well. So yeah. Also, I didn't notice that the picture went through on the chat. I forgot about that. I absolutely did because it doesn't go through on the chat here, but it went through right there, which is impressive. Uh, was not expecting that. So yeah, it is. It's the black and white stuff. It's the black and white and kind of pixelated version of it. Um, so, what else happened? What else happened? Last time that we talked about Can or Perfume specifically, we had like a ton of crashes that we needed to fix in the data, and we need also, because it is uh, officially it is March now. So yeah, yes, there is a bit of dithering on the pictures. You can post things that are obscene and porn related and so on, um, but then that would strip you of your VIP title almost instantly and your ability to watch the stream, which is fine, but that's on you. I go around with a fuck around and find out mentality rather than prevent everything. So we'll see. But yeah, if you want to post some things that are not supposed to be posted on Twitch and get me banned, that's an option. You can do that. I can't stop you from that. Um, the only prevention that I have is that only as of right now, it's only VIPs, mods, and broadcaster that can post images or that have images that are automatically translated and extracted from the links. So that's the only thing that I have, meaning that most likely the VIPs and the mods are not gonna post stuff. I would hope, but then again, I don't care. It is some sort of a prevention, yes, and I can download, bitch. I can define things. So that's not the right one. In the terminal, in my settings, I forgot where they are. Are they here? Yes. In the settings, we have the ability to define if it's moderators, VIPs, tier 3, tier 2, and tier 1 as options, so that only these can go through. And it kind of works. Not the best, but it kind of works. You know, simple stuff, potential stuff. It depends. But it's there. It is there. What the fuck was I about to say? That, yes. We said that we had a ton of crashes last time in the previous months, with 21 crashes on the previous period, and now we are setting at 7, which is still kind of a lot, but since the update of the last version, that is better. Yeah, that's normal. That's half normal. I think this is probably the same issue as last time, with this thing not necessarily working. Yep, it is broken. I think the reason for that is the token has been kind of non-working for a bit. So might work now. I've had some issues and I don't really know why that happened, but the overlays that are inside of OBS are basically supposed to be linked to the controller OBS overlays that are made so that it checks the access token that is linked to that local storage things. And for some reason, it kind of broke, and I can't access it again, which makes absolutely no sense. But it happens. So there are probably some of the overlays that don't work anymore, and I didn't really update since Friday, so we'll see. Like the Polaroid probably non-existing, the confetti have been changed, and that's about it. The rest is just like not in there, but at least I have them, so that's what happens. Anyways, So we had a crash right here on launch day, which I'm expecting this to be happening because of the update, based on what we had in said update compared to the previous months. As always, that was a lot more crashes all around. And then these two are like new version of the app, new version of iOS. So it seems we have crashes basically when or right after the update happens or on the day of the updates, and then we're kind of fine. But yeah, it's better than before. That's what I will say. It is, because that happens. But then it's also way better than can. Can is just crashing all around, always, all the time. If I go to like lifetime, it's been crashing almost once a day. No, that's not true. But yeah, these ones on launch with like 10, 15 crashes almost on the first month. That's kind of hard. So I need to figure out exactly what it is, specifically because it seems to be regular-ish. Like there is an interval when things happen. So that's interesting. Nonetheless, it's working. We are almost reaching 1,000 downloads on Perfume. I need to pump this and send that a bit more when it comes to uh well, everything. I need to do a lot more marketing on Perfume because it's the only one that is making me some money a bit. But yeah, that's overall good news. And then Can overall is just pretty stable. Nothing really interesting happening in there. Um, Apparently nothing loading in either. God dang. I don't know what that spike is, but that's a spike that is lower than this one. That makes no sense. Anyways, that's good. Overall good. We don't have a lot of data on this, and I was supposed to do the recap on Friday, and then I forgot. So I guess we're gonna do that today, which is pretty impressive and interesting and necessary. As mentioned, the current state, I will check that in a second. The current state of the stream is uncertain for many reasons. We are doing better than the previous 2 months, but we are still in the same realm, which I don't like. So March is supposed to be the last push, and then if that doesn't work, I'm gonna fuck around and probably stop, or at least don't expect more, which implies probably having Clarkio related type of streams, which is one stream per week, maybe two, but not three. I need more time for other things, so this is not viable. Nonetheless, from January to January, we did 14 average users, except the first one, which was at 19 when I came back. 23 followers in total, 18 subscription, which is good, and $36 overall. In February, we had 14 average, and 23 followers, 16 subs. So everything is kind of down. Obviously, there is 2 days less of February. So I get it, but I wouldn't expect 2 new subs and 10 followers in a second day right here. I wouldn't expect that. And then again, there was the cursor event right here, which I didn't do. So there's that. As always, we're going to see how March goes, and based on the data and so on, maybe stop streaming after almost 6 years of streaming. So, you know, that's that's the thing. If you want me to remain active, bring your friends. A bit of a pyramid scheme situation where you don't get anything other than me being there. So yeah, overall it's pretty okay. It's stable, which is the most annoying part. I wish it wasn't as stable as it is, but it is. So if we go back to, let me go back to 2020 so that it is easier to capture. You know what? I'm gonna just do 2021 and then go back here. Yes. Um, you've been bringing a lot more people, which I appreciate. But then again, um, streaming overall is also on the decline since the beginning. So, yeah, Apex High work on it. Thanks a lot for the first chat. I appreciate it. I hope you're good. I don't know which bird bringed you in, but yeah. Uh, regarding like the data again, since the beginning in 2020 up to the point of 2023, I guess, 2022, maybe, it was really good. It was kind of stable in terms of growth. And when you look at the curve, it seems pretty good. But yeah, that kind of crashed after that. So not the best. And we haven't really. I know that this data doesn't look like much when it comes to
Apex Pixelated just subscribed.
why. Thanks a lot. I appreciate that. Enjoy the emotes. We have some cool animated emotes that people enjoy, specifically the eyes. So now you have the eyes, which are cool. Um, appreciate it. So yeah, we haven't passed and broke above the 20 mark, except here, which was, if I'm not mistaken, this was the post hospital in Japan. I think that's when that was, where I went to the hospital from December 22, yes, for Christmas to January 16th. And then after that, we were roughly at 20, which was pretty good. But then it went down, and I came back to France, and now it's even lower. So that pissed me off. So growth on streaming is complicated, and therefore that's the only thing that I can do. I mean, I can't do much. As always, I got paid 3K, kinda, which means like $1 an hour, maybe less than that now. So not the greatest. Nonetheless, that's most of the thing that we have. Other things that are pretty good in terms of metrics, as always, because this is the thing from Friday that I didn't do. This section of TikTok is now roughly, we are reaching the 1,000. After we reach the 1,000 followers, we should be able to get some potential monetization through TikTok. The initial algorithm push that happens when you reach your first 1,000 followers, and potentially other content that can happen. So that's interesting. The previous videos that I talked about, some of them are making 700
Apex
views.
Pixelated is now following.
This is always so weird when you sub before you follow. Um, I, uh, I, thanks a lot for the follow. I appreciate it. Welcome on it. So that's pretty cool. I still have this video from last week, kinda, this one that is currently sitting at 103K views, which is impressive for what I have, and this one that is almost reaching 10K, so that's good. Some others are at 10, at 2,000 views, 1,000 views here and there, with no way for me to really see any metrics behind it that is like understandable and that I can potentially replicate. Like there is nothing other than the way that I spoke at that instance specifically resonated with the people that were pushed the video the first time. And then these people were reposting the videos, and therefore it kind of blew up. So that's, I don't know. I don't see anything that I can redo to reach the same amount of like visibility. So we'll see. We will see. Manbrave,
Manbraveg
welcome on
just
in.
resubscribed for 23 months.
Well, maybe I was wrong. The next day of 20 of February might have gotten us the subs. Welcome on in. How are you? How have you been? How was your weekend? As always, same questions. I hope you're good. But yeah, overall, that's the stuff in terms of metrics. We don't have a lot more information. The metrics on cans have been pretty cool. Um, I think I am at the point where nothing needs to be added to the platform. And it's just like maintenance and ensuring that the thing is performant enough, working, authentication works, and so on. So unless you have like a very specific cards or card type that you would like me to add to the ban thing, please let me know. Please let me know so that we can have like some additional cards here and there. I've made one change that I didn't mention. Yes, that is true. That is absolutely true. The change in question is right here. So now you can click and draw compared to what you were used to specifically supposed to do with just the knobs in the Etch a Sketch, which makes a lot of sense. But with that, if you look at the knobs themselves, when you are drawing, they are moving at the same time. So fun stuff. Fun stuff. Small detail, but it works. So that's been updated. Uh, I guess the only thing that I need to work a bit more on might be that preview, but I think overall it's going to be fine. But yeah, I don't see any other cards that is necessary. Momo, hi, welcome on in, welcome back. What the fuck? It's been a while. You haven't been here in a while. I, yeah, it, it's been a while. Goddamn, how are you? How's everything? I feel like it's probably a last year situation again. Goddamn. So yeah, adding the cards could be interesting. I don't know exactly what is necessary. Some of the potentials that people have been saying specifically because you are devs, most of you, weirdly for a designer stream, people are devs in the chat. That makes no fucking sense. Is the change for the text card to potentially be a code block so that people could have code blocks as code snippets that you could copy and paste if you wanted to. So you would have the ability to get like something here that is just a section header for your code blocks with the name of the function that you have. And then maybe you have your card with the text and you can copy paste the thing. That could be interesting. I don't know exactly, but that's the only one that I see as a potential addition cards option, and that would basically be simply an update to this one. And that's it, just adding like a code block option in there. But I don't know. Uh, I don't know. That basically depends on you. I don't have any other potential options that basically jump in my head and say this needs to happen. So, you know, I guess that's the only thing. The other thing that could be added is different backgrounds. So these backgrounds are cool. We like them. It's neat and so on. Um, but other than that, they don't really bring anything. So, you know, it's fine. Participating in an art auction, congrats. Fitting was sold, congrats. um, and speaking with the translators is, I mean, it's fine. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. I can understand what you're saying. The new project is called Ban, which is a replacement for bento, if you remember bento.me, and I think I need to do um, that instead. So this platform right here was really nice, and we loved it. And then it got acquired by Linktree, and since then, Linktree decided to kill it. So now that doesn't exist, and a lot of people have been basically copying this thing, me included. So we now know that we have grid.me, which is a similar platform. They didn't even bother in creating something unique. So they very much duplicated exactly to the pixel what Bento was doing, which I don't like. I think this is a very bad move, but I get it. We also have Avery or Averly, which is very much similar. They have done things that are like, same thing, very similar. Obviously, I'm doing the exact same block on every of the platforms to see if they work. So that's something else. There is another one that happens, something.cv, that notes.cv, something else. I forgot. It doesn't matter. And then since yesterday, I have a new one, which is called tap.bio, I think. Um, and weirdly enough, it looks exactly the same as the other ones. They do have like a bit of a better onboarding than what I have, and they went with the original first version of Bento with the addition button in the top. That's the bottom, in the bottom right corner. So they did that, which is interesting. Their mobile version is shit, and I told them that. And they are French, so obviously I have no respect for them. I'm kidding, I don't. But yeah, like everything that I don't like about this one specifically is this. They say bento.me is gone, which is like using bento as like um, a marketing thing, which is really bad. And the other thing that I hate is this. You see that? You see that logo? You see the bento logo? Like, did you have an idea of being unique in any way, shape, or form when you created your thing? Like, you could have done so much to be interesting and good, but no. So, that's the that's the issue. Most of the thing that I do like about it is the onboarding. They are creating a very good uh, system, I would say, where they the onboarding is just like what are your links, and then you can select the platforms that you know of that you will have the links on here, and from there they simply pre-fill all of this, which is really cool. However, as I kind of mentioned, also, what the fuck is this shit? That's the French person. the the mobile version, specifically the mobile editor version, is absolute trash, and it was really sad. So when they basically popped on my radar on Twitter last Saturday, 2 days ago, um, I did the entire thing on mobile, so that's just to check. But yeah, like that. I mean, I just don't understand people just duplicating pixel for pixel the thing that they have created. So I understand it looks similar, and I get it. Specifically, if I go into just light mode, it looks very similar, but I still have something that I feel is a bit better. This is the bento style. So for people that wants the bento style to remain, that's good. I forgot to say that I fixed this. We don't have the red dot anymore. We just have the currently live breathing uh, thing. That's it, which is fine. But yeah, that's the project. The other two are just still can and perfume for perfumes. Like if you have a perfume collection, you like perfumes, these two are pretty good. Obviously not biased. I don't know how I could be biased on the my own things. And the thing that we are currently working on stream most days now is either ban when I have the time and when I have ideas of what to do, or add a mom UI kit, which you probably remember. That didn't exist, which is here, and that hasn't been updated yet. I need to figure out exactly how to run this thing in a way that makes sense, because it does run, but it doesn't run well, if I can say that. Like this thing is supposed to npm run, but right now it's not the case, and I don't get it. It's just a weird thing. Also, there is no necessarily build section on this one, so it happens. Um, on this, for the details in questions, in the component section, I now have a bit of a better list of everything. We have the checkbox groups and radio button groups that are also working, so that you can just navigate through them, make sure that you have everything and so on. So that's cool. Added some additional components, including the image, but that's like, it doesn't really matter. It's basic things. We now have the carousel that is working, so that's a cool thing. Where you at? The accordion is working as well, which wasn't there in the past. And the toast is working as well as intended with hover things. So that's nice, I guess. Kinda. It's kind of broken still, but better than nothing. But yeah, like that's most of the thing that have been added. Full box. Hi, we're going in. How have you been? How was your weekend? I hope you're good. So that's the new stuff. Sorry, the heart just gave me a pulse that is not good. Like this one was more painful than usual, which is not great. Not great to have. Again, dying on stream is fine, and the help is down the street anyways. So yeah, that's oh god damn. That was oh that was a spike. I know, but you know, I mean, it might happens. It's hot as fuck around here. So, um, I think they are. Let me check. Yeah, but there's no smoke, so that's good. That is good. Yeah, this one hurt. God damn, I wasn't expecting this. Right here. um, you played Dyson Sphere program all weekend. I don't know what that is. I think that might be a bad idea and a good idea at the same time. I'm gonna take the meds an hour early just because that spike was not welcome. So yeah, other than that, the components are pretty good. I don't think we have any other things that are coming in. Don't worry about it. I'm still there. Nah, we're still fine. We're still fine. I have a thing in my eyes. God damn, it's not gonna go away. Um, but yeah, these are the components that we have so far. It's more than an eyeball. I feel like it's a dust particle at this point. Progress are done. I don't think there is any other like uh, components that are missing. But yeah, yes, we are slowly. We are back. That instant, nothing happened. God damn, that hurts. I think we are missing design when it comes to the tables because the tables component, which I talked about before, is such a complex element to properly build. Um, if you want it to be working and be good, you need to go through all of these, which are you create your cells, and each of your cells are subcomponents of your table. Therefore, your columns or your rows will have the content that you are looking for. So I would say that's one of the most complex things to do. Um, but yeah, that's uh, it's one of the interesting parts. Um, but I don't know if I want to do that on stream because that takes so much time. Technically, it's just a container with some of the existing components that we have, so it should be fine and easy, but also I feel like we need all of these subcomponents um, to be defined and stable before we can move on to the rest. So it's a bit of a more complex thing to do. I also like the design. Um, mhm. Is that what you sent me? I'm guessing probably. Goddamn, that's a lot. That's a lot. Um, mm-hmm. I see things I'm not really happy with, but that's fine. See, that's an issue as well, but I mean, nothing you can change here. These are wild, not not in a bad way, but these are wild because they don't really match the rest of the UI. I don't dislike them. I just think that they might be the system. If you're on Android Material U expressive latest thing, um, it might be the thing that is interesting. I don't know. Boy, yeah, I feel like this is probably going to be good for touch target. I'm concerned about the width um, of them. That's all. Overall, pretty nice. Pretty nice. I don't really know what you have in the settings and the dashboard and the things that you think that this is necessary to have. But you know, why not? Also, going back to the fucking medicine that I took earlier, because they are so small of pills, and I have to break them in half, they get lodged somewhere around here, and they don't go down. So that's why I'm drinking so much afterwards, and I don't know why. They just stuck to where they are supposed to go. I need to eat something at the same time, like a dog. I'm like a dog. I need food to make the pills pass. Makes no sense. Makes no sense. So yeah, I don't know exactly if I want the table to be done here, but yeah, that's the I would say that some of the latest one, the model is broken unless on light mode, because goddamn. Um, but overall, yeah, that's most of the thing that we need to tackle, and that's gonna take a while to tackle and make sure that we have everything that we need. And then the model in question, as mentioned, this is the way that we have built it is kind of, hmm, it's a bit of a more complex thing, and I should go there to show you exactly what I'm talking about because that's going to be much faster. Figma has been announcing this, which we have a full video from 2024 about slots and what they are. Um, Basically, slots are zones that can be replaced by components and other elements without having to be defined as a component or another element. So in our model, for example, that section would be composed of my header and my footer, and then anything in the center could be a slot that is changed or interchanged or modified based on what you want to end up with all of these variations options. Um, so that's the idea, which means that instead of showcasing all of that, I could just have one with slots options. So that's a thing that has been happening. On the same time, even though I didn't really talk about it, there has been the Figma Makeathon, where they basically tell you that it is 100K prize or in prizes. The first prize is 50K, which is not nothing. So that's impressive. And then they just go down in the amount that is sent to the others. The outputs so far have been extremely impressive. Um, a lot of people have been doing things with Figma Make that I'm well pretty impressed. Not gonna lie. This is I don't know if we will see some of them in there. I have seen others um, already in my feed, but yeah, there's been some really really cool output like in all of that video specifically. I think that looks pretty cool. So it might be time for me to revisit the Figma Make section. A lot of people have been doing the exact same thing, which I don't like. A lot of people have been adding hand gesture tracking for their website, and it seems to be exactly what people want to do with AI. At least designers are doing that, where every single product that I've seen is simply a hand tracking thing, and that's probably going to win. And it seems to be just the only thing that designers can think of when they think about new interfaces. And that makes no sense to me, but why not? Why not? I'm fine with it. So yeah, that's a thing that could be happening on the model as well to make sure that we have some content. But then again, for the construction system, this is going to be a bit more complex. So I don't know. I don't know if that makes sense for us to do. As always, it really depends. But yeah, I think we have most of the things though. That's the good part. As said, the chat, the models, and I think the cards are not done, but most of the other components are done and working. So I'm pretty happy with most of that. I just don't know how to use them when it comes to brain. the CLI implementation that we talked about last week. I don't know how that works. So I will need some dev that don't have the UI kit yet to be able to tell me if it works, to just get the free version, and some of you that have the UI kit to tell me if it works when you don't have, or when you have your keys. But the key is going to be something complex. We'll see. We'll see what I can do with it. I don't know. I don't know enough at this point to be able to say, well, this is going to work or that. And then again, some of the other thing that is pissing me off, which is very similar to the first version of the reason why I didn't do this in the first place. This is not safe, in the sense that all of these icons in the line version are in the free tier, so you can select them and download everything and select everything if you wanted to. But then all of these are not available in the free tier, but technically speaking, nothing stops you from getting there and saying, well, we have the SVG here. We basically know where they are coming from, and we can easily just pass it and copy paste it from here to, I don't know, something like right there. And then you have the SVG itself. So I don't know. Rendering them as PNG is gonna be the thing that I don't know how it will work after that to be able to do this. Like the restyling of the PNG with the transparency. Like I don't care about the line and the sharp and so on, but the fact that some of them have opacity based stuff, I don't really know how that works in PNG. So yeah, unsure. Unsure. We'll see. We will see. Oh my god, that I'm still hurt from earlier. This is bad. This is bad. Um, that was bad. I mean, yeah, I do need to. That's the thing. I want you to be able to have like the best experience, so that you can change the sizes, you can change the stroke size and so on to make sure that you have exactly what you're looking for. And, you know, I don't think I need to render all variations. Maybe just the stroke size. Size? Yes. Just the stroke size makes sense because that's the only thing that kind of require a bit of a change. The size is basically saying you render them at 48 and then uh, it's just like a scale change, which doesn't really matter. That doesn't impact anything. It's just the font, the line size that will change. But yeah, I don't know. Probable, necessary at some point to have them in PNG. As I said as well, huge icon, which is they're not competitor because that's not true. I'm not competing, but they have like some of the biggest icon libraries. If I was looking for their new bulk, duotone, whatever, and I say I'm interested in the car accident thing, this is basically the exact same uh, system. I can 100% just get in and do that. You know. So even though it is on the pro tier officially, I can do that. However, I wouldn't like do that on a icon by icon basis. Um, and there is probably a place in here. I don't know, maybe in the network, maybe in somewhere else in the sources, where I can just get access to the thing, and all the icons are probably going to be, somewhere in there stored, accessible specifically when I'm like somewhere around here. So, unsure. Unsure, but yeah, that's a bit of a concern in a way for me. I'm guessing based on what we have here as a reference, they have 46,000 icons in total, which is basically the same. Um, and uh, since they are loaded as SVG to basically allow for switching in between the styles and so on, which is like this is a lot of switching. Um, eh, you know, I feel like there is an option for us or for anyone to create a script on this thing that runs on the page that download anything that is SVG based, which means that it's the same here. So yeah, it will need at some point to be rendered as PNG. That is for sure. Um, but for now, that's not the case. And there is also a lot of thing that needs to be reorganized. I don't know exactly how I can do that, um, but I'll see. I'll see. Oh my god. Mm. So yeah, that's the that is the situation right now. This is where we are. Um, there will be a need for this. I don't know why this one returned a 404, but this one returns a 404, which was interesting. Um, Also, going back to the models discussion that we have almost at every stream now, I'm currently very much using Kimi on almost everything. Like, there is nothing that 2.5 cannot tackle, and it tackles everything so fast that sometimes it will take more time to read everything that has been created because it is so fast. So that's an interesting thing. I think. I think it is. So nonetheless, if I wanted to do this one, because this is the easiest thing to do, we have our header, which is one component, and then our footer, which is going to be one component that can be reused across multiple pages and multiple things that are not necessarily um, model only. So, what is the best course of action for me to split this? Um, I'm thinking of it the same way that I was thinking of it for the input field, because right now we have the field as input field and then the label as form label, but the label can be used in multiple places. So that's something that doesn't sit right with me in terms of naming conventions um, just yet. So we will see if we can do something about it. If we can do something about it. Mm. Maybe that will work. Let me specs that out if I haven't already, and see if we can have and use the specs for this thing. instead of using the MCP. That's might be a personal take on this one. It's still stuck. Okay, so I'm gonna need to have these thing a black background to be visible, and then width is flexible. The icon is the decorative icon component, so that's not necessarily what we wanted to use, but it's there. These colors don't make a lot of sense. This is going to be slate 12. Technically, if we're using slate 12 in both directions, we should be fine. Should. Button is good. That's fine on this one. It's flexible as well. I'm guessing I'm gonna have the same issue here. Yes. And then questions. Do I need this? Yes, I do. Dang. That's just for visibility's sake. Because some of these things are white on black, so can avoid that. Constructs are good. I feel like that's fine. I might need that as well. That's the These are not usually like as white or dark, which I don't like. But for the sake of consistency, as always, you know, maybe do that. Maybe do that. Yeah. The horizontal resizing is supposed to be flexible, and that's not the case, so. Cool. I guess we can try that out. Let me do that instead and use this as a reference. So, in our model element, here is the new design for the header that needs a dedicated page and component. I don't know if I can say that the header is bound to the models. I feel like if we have a card, we may probably have a header as well that will be a very similar element. So, to model only, but mostly as a content card header, I guess. I guess I'm gonna say that. And then for simplicity, I'm going to use that with the MCP link just in case this works. If that helps, sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. Um, and hope for the best. That's what we do. That's what we do. We don't really have a lot of other options on this. Let me move to this one to see things, screenshots, and previews. Um, Again, this is one of the things that I hate about what's currently happening on the MCP systems. And here on the agents, it's not gonna use my icons. I almost know that for a fact, and I have a feeling that based on what I just saw a second ago, um, even though that's really fast, this is not gonna follow the design tokens and so on. So I'm gonna need to make sure that that's the case. Because the variables are good here, but then in the config I've saw some things in basically hard-coded values that are not necessarily what we need to have. So we'll see. We will see. But as I said, I need this thing to be a dedicated model header, which I don't think it needs a page like this. That's the page in question. Okay, it doesn't load the icon. Cool. Has subtitle, is closable. All right, that's fine. Make sure you use our icons. Also, we still have a 404 on something, and I don't know what that is. That's a very annoying part of things. I feel like this is a me issue. But yeah, and since I've been drinking so much, I need to pee. 1 second. All right. Is this working? It's not working. Let me navigate weirdly and go into my model header. We now have the dots, which is not exactly our decorative icons, but that's fine. We have something which I'm guessing has been like a bit of a weird section. This is supposed to be just a placeholder. God damn it. Yeah. I guess it's an initialization system, as we mentioned. So that thing is pissing me off every time. All right, that's fine. That's working. I wish it was flexible, but at least that's what we have. And then if I'm here and I have the model, I basically want to have my model header now. We need to use it in the model and card component. Yeah, as header. Damn, that's bad. Blood pressure is high. That's the sad part. Have a good rest of your day. Thanks a lot for the sub and the follow. In that order. And for coming in. Take care of yourself. We'll see you another day. We'll see you soon. Appreciate it. I appreciate it. Have fun and all that. Unless I'm dead by tomorrow, which is an option based on heart situation. But yeah, take care of yourself. All right. So my header, which is supposed to be the header, but like taking the entire thing, is supposed to be a bit of different system. And obviously this is not working as intended. I'm gonna get the card ones. The card is supposed to work the same way, but obviously the preview doesn't work the same way, so that's bad. We'll see if that helps. We'll see if that helps. Damn. Again, that might be, as sometimes is the case, that might be a simple fix of restarting the dev server, even though there is no dev server, just to check. Which I might just do by live server instead, which might be a better option, to be honest, for simplicity's sake. Because for some reason it works. So, yeah. Also, side note, this is something that I've noticed, which is kind of wild. The initial way that cursor was or used to work or at least how I'm used to when I'm looking at this thing, is that it's working in the non-thinking section. And nowadays, specifically, and I don't know if it's like limited to Kimi, it might be a Kimi way of working. Kimi does thing within the reasoning part of its working. So right now, it has done some changes. It has done some modifications that makes the header work right here. It's probably going to work as well here in the previews and so on. That are not necessarily something that I can see as uh, as in here, like it's doing right there. So this is something that I don't really understand, and I don't know why sometimes some of the stuff is done in the reasoning, and sometimes some of the stuff is done outside, as if there were two distinctive elements. And then the other thing that is, I need devs to explain this to me. Why the fuck does live server works for most of the things and the npm run dev doesn't? That's the thing that I don't get. I don't know why this one, if I just run dev, sometimes the rendering that we have in here inside of the cursor browser is not working or working. Like right now, it's not working in the slightest. Uh, and sometimes in okay, this is empty, so that's absolutely broken, which means I'm gonna need to revert to this to make sure that this is not fully broken all the times. Because goddamn, like now it's working, and I don't know what changed, if things changed. The color working as well, so it's so weird that the dev server sometimes work and the live server sometimes work better. So I don't get it. I don't get it. Um, let's see. Can I do that instead? So let me just do that. And then I'm just gonna copy paste the specs because they work the same way anyways. Fuck me. Sorry. Wrong key. I moved too fast. Let's see if that works. Maybe it was just I need to restart the dev server every time that there is a new component that is built, which is a bit of a pain in the ass, but why not? We'll see. Maybe I'm hallucinating, yes. Maybe not. Maybe not, I don't know. Let me see if I can open the window. It's so hot in here, and again, I don't know, can you hear the noise that is outside? I hope not. You don't seem to be able to, so that's a good thing. Maybe you will. Maybe you will. I don't know. God damn. It's not that hot, but it's so hot for me. It's 16 degrees. This is still not working. Oh God. I had a bit of a second spike right here, which I don't like. It's not heart related when it's here. It's like mostly, I think, the liver or something else because the heart is around here. But still, not the same. It's pretty painful today, which is kind of bad. I don't like that. Mm. I don't like that. I don't know if right now it's creating a new component or if it's like something that is just an additional. But apparently I think this is not of, yeah, again. Um, yeah, good to see if that does anything. I doubt. I doubt. I click review again. That is such a force of habit. The button used to be in a different place, and now it's not. So that's a thing. Let's see. I feel like this is the change for the original ones, specifically in the uh, model one, where the footer is supposed to be here. Again, I'm gonna need to restart dev servers, even though it seems to be rendering fine. These two are not working. So the last message that I sent was these two components that are now called uh, model footer and model header are not necessarily just used in the models. They can be used in settings. They can be used in different page. If we go on to Stoney's page, for example, right here, we will see some of these, specifically the footer that is used in many places. Like all of these are considered footer components, same here. And it's not like we are not in a model. So that's it's a bit of a change. Like that needs to happen as well and be understood. So I'll see that. I need to turn that off. 1 second. Good. It's also very bright outside. It's renaming things properly. I'm guessing this is probably gonna break it. So hoping for the best. It's gonna need to be re-rendered again. Gonna do that right away. Fine enough. Once that's done, we just launch this. This one is a live server, which is supposed to be rendered and re-rendered automatically. And these two shouldn't exist. Yeah. We'll see. Oh my god. It's my fault though. As mentioned, this is the C4 from this morning. That shouldn't have happened. Still happened for no reason other than I thought it would be fine. And I usually don't go for the whole can, and today I went for the whole can. That's the reason. No, it's my fault every time. I noticed as well that the Monster's energy might be the most effective ones because I usually can only drink like a third of the can before I can feel things. Um, and then after that I need to stop. Whereas the C4 are just fine while I'm drinking them, and then not. So yeah, that's it. That's the thing. This is taking longer than expected. I don't know exactly which file it's currently editing. Oh, the card config. I see. Changing component maps, which is good. This is what we want. Content header, content footer, which is exactly what I asked for in the first place. Let me, so I can see that this is on the live server. This is good. This is really bad because this is not the button that we are supposed to use. And now let me see where that is. Content header, content footer, cool. Right, I guess. Our button components. In the new elements, I guess that's gonna work. I'm kind of scared of the ghost button destructive because I don't think I have created it. I think I only have a primary destructive button. So that might be something that breaks. I'll see. I will see. Still not working. I like how I said earlier that Kimi was faster than the others, and now that we are looking at how fast it is, it's slower than usual. Perfect. Perfect. I also need this to be presented as a wider element so that I know if it's really used or not used. Or properly used as well. It kind of is. These two are broken. Again, I feel like this is going to be a rendering or re-rendering issue. Like we do. Mm-hmm. The map makes no sense on this one. Uh, I also see the back and forth most of the time, which makes less sense for me. But yeah, I was right. This is not the greatest, but it works. It works. Should I do that? Droppy, hi, what on in? How are you? How's the app going? How's everything? I am currently dying. Don't worry about it. I'll be dead soon. It's gonna be fine. Hello. I feel like this is probably one of these issues where the card is supposed to use interactions right there. It's not going to. That's a wild one. One of the issues that I have with it is that the proper behavior when it comes to uh, the build that I have right here is we had to create an offset of padding in order to get our model set up with similar amount of space in between these and these. So we have technically 20 in between the button and the last element, but also visually 16 around everything. But because inside of our element here, we are using a divider, which is not something that I wanted to have in the first place, then that's fine. The heart is not working well, and I had like I've been having spikes right around here, which is like really close to the heart, basically the tail of the heart, and that's not good. But that's my fault. So maybe I die on stream. It's fine. um, at guest mode, congrats. Great. Congrats on that. I don't remember if I kept it downloaded. I feel like I didn't. Yeah, I don't think I did. But I'm probably part of. Yeah. Is it updated on test flight? They just click the button right away. I don't think that went on test flight yet. Don't worry about it. It's just one day I'll die and I'll die before everyone and it's fine. I don't really care. No update yet. We'll see. We'll see when that goes. But I'll keep it for later. I'll keep it for later. Beams is a new app, by the way, that I've discovered on Threads, I think, which is a coffee-related app for the people that like um, coffee. And it has one of the best UI that I've seen in a while. Like you have your grind size, you have things like your settings. It's really well made. The Like the quality of the app, even though very simple, is really cool. And you know, it's a very, I mean, that's the only thing that I have that count as coffee. But it has all of that, which I like a lot, and then you can define your coffee machine. So if you have like your own coffee machine, you can basically say, well, I have this one, or maybe I have that. It's really cool. Um, I don't drink coffee, so obviously I this is not gonna work. But it's yeah, it's pretty interesting. So this is from, I forgot the name. This is from let me get there. Give you some titties on the way, probably. This person right here. I just love everything that they've done when it comes to the UI, and they really have done a very good job. Um, like there is a ton of things in there that feels familiar with what I've done because it kind of is. Um, but yeah, it's really cool. Really cool concept. I just basically one day I discovered this thing and I was like, damn, this looks good. This pisses me off because I didn't have the ID myself. God damn. And the entirety of the thing is really cool. So that's that. So really, really neat. Really neat. All right, so is that a good ID? Is this a good ID? Maybe. Um, yeah. If you don't have an account yet and you have like a Google account that hasn't been linked manually before, it would be interesting. And I think it works, but I'm not 100% certain. So, yeah. Holy shit. Mm. Yeah, I don't know. I guess if I send that through the MCP, there will be some options for uh, understanding how this is supposed to work. So that might be the best option on this one. Um, I'm trying to, but it's kind of shit. Um, the thing that I don't like about it is that it is taking screenshots of the Figma file and it's supposedly sending how things look. Like this is a screenshot, but the screenshot doesn't really give enough information. Uh, the context is supposed to be give enough information, but it doesn't. And it's a wild system. So I don't really know. It's yeah, I don't like it. Never have liked the MCP since the beginning. Jar Jar Bars, hi, welcome on in. Um, I couldn't really help on that. Also, welcome on in. How are you? Who are you? How did you find the stream? This is the usual questions. This is TypeScript officially, JavaScript and CSS in general for this project using Cursor, which is an AI assisted IDE, and currently mostly using Kimi K2 as the main LLM that I'm using for the generation. And when it comes to what we call MCP, which is the Model Context Protocol, it's a way for IDEs to be able to communicate and interact, I would say, with other apps. So right now it is interacting within the Figma MCP so that it can read the content of the Figma file, it can take a screenshot of what is selected, um, and provide like a better overall understanding on what is supposed to happen. But most of the time, the issue that we have with this is that um, these things are not really understanding everything. So, for example, uh, if I don't have an image, then that's good. What we don't have right now is the dividers. Dividers shouldn't be here. the input should be for width, but at least we're using the 4 inputs which you already have, so that's good. First field, yes, no. Second field, yes, no. That's good. So sometimes we don't have fields, but we do have an image. That's good. Should do the other way around. But yeah, it worked. Congrats, Droppy. That's good. That's bad. Sorry, my heart is also failing at the same time as I'm streaming, which is not what you want to do. You don't want to have a heart attack on stream, but it's what happens. Between the sections. The good thing is, again, I'm not a dev. I'm a designer. I've been a designer for 20 years, and I forgot to mention that. Fuck it. And the current state of how code is generated and how IDE in general have now the ability to get basically good for designers is such an advantage that I have because I know how things are supposed to look, but I don't know how to build them. But the IDE and the LLMs do, and therefore I can 100% just get something very quickly pretty good and be fine with it. So that's, for me, that is a very good thing. So dividers have been removed. Good. The inputs need to be forward. Yeah. So when it comes to on top of this, and I think I've said that last 2 to 3 years, probably more by now. But if you are a dev and you don't really know how things are supposed to look, just use Tailwind. uh, like it's not much, but you can 100% just use some of the main base components that they have, and your design is going to be like much better than if you are just using not Tailwind. So these are things that I'm like, well, it makes everything so easy that it, I mean, just use the fucking thing. And then if you don't like their win for some reason because you think that Adam, the creator, is not someone that you want to follow or be associated with or whatever, use Radix UI instead. Radix is another system, and they have a ton of components that are pre-made, and most, if not all, are accessible, really good for keyboard navigation, and they work well, and we like them a lot. And then if for some reason you don't like Calm, which is the creator of Radix, then maybe you can go with Shadcn. And I mean, this one is the Shadcn version, but like the Radix is the same thing, and same concept, same ID. Um, you know, it's just everything works, and it doesn't really cost you anything. And specifically nowadays, if you are someone that is looking for making sure that you understand exactly how things are designed, you can 100% just get in there, find the Figma file that is related to the UI kit that you are trying to use, and then design the thing in Figma with that UI kit so that you have everything that you need, and then you're done. And it's usually, for me at least, it's just a matter of I wanna find the components that make sense to me, and then I need to make them better to match the aesthetic that I need for that client specifically. So let's say that this is the checkbox that you had. Well, yeah, I have this, and so that's good. Based on the current design trends and the thing that we need to have, there might be a need for a more metallic effect on the checkbox. There might be a need for something that is a bit more subtle when it comes to the icon itself. And I can just use that as a structure and foundation and then change the design on top of it. But if I don't, the design is going to be coherent with the rest of the components. That's one of the things that I like a lot about Radix, Tailwind, Shadcn, and so on, because it's just going to be so easier. That is there. I still see the fucking dividers though. So let me just check that. Yeah. Oh my god. So yeah, Jojo, that's the that's the thing. It's really interesting, specifically now. If you are, as you said earlier, if you are someone that is stuck with the old code base stuff and you don't have access to the newest types of languages, these LLMs do have the ability to just um, work as well for the older code because there is a lot more documentation about them. So you could potentially get better by using them. But then again, if you are someone that is not necessarily interested and or within the circle of interest of AI assisted IDs and so on, then don't. And that's also fine. It's just it's a different system. Why the fuck do you not load the proper thing? You know, that pisses me off. I'm gonna take a screenshot of that. Mm-hmm. You still see the dividers between the header, content, and footer. And then while that's happening, because I'm drinking so much, I'm gonna pee again. God damn. I had to take something to eat for no reason, expecting the fucking pill to go through. That's not the best. I mean, that's all I have anyway, so it doesn't really matter. Now they are removed, so that's good. Right. Spacing seems okay. These don't extend, so. Mm. Also, if you are someone that is like just a designer and you don't know exactly how to speak in code or speak in dev terms, it's going to be a bit harder for you to steer these things. And same thing the other way around. If you are just a dev and you don't have the design lingo, it's going to be a bit of a harder time for you to figure out exactly what needs to happen and how you can explain things to the models so that they do exactly what you're asking them to do. So, you know, interesting stuff nonetheless. Header could potentially get a bit less bottom padding based on what we have here. But also, I get it. That's fine. Delete should be the ghost delete, which doesn't exist. And the secondary should be a ghost instead. But that's something that we have right about here. Yes. I think this is going to be on all old stuff. Somewhere around here, maybe? I don't know if it's here or here. It might be there. So I'm going to check the components for now and the foundation, but I feel like it's going to be in the components. Basically, there is something that is necessary when it comes to the button hierarchy, which I think is in here. This thing is so slow. Oh my god. Was supposed to be here, isn't. That's the new one. Did I do that in the fucking... Didn't.
Burning.
I don't know where I did that. That's the issue. Could be in the sly arm, but I kind of doubt it, but we never know. Let's just check. These are old stuff. I'm looking for a very specific documentation that I wrote about.
Now, why don't you confess?
10 years ago. Yeah. About 10 years ago now. It's not here. God damn it. Could it be? Could it be in the community? Maybe. Doubt, but maybe. And or if I go in the old version, that might be something. I doubt. Basically, what it means or what it is there is a hierarchy of information when it comes to how you want your buttons to be used and what is supposed to be in use at all times. So you need to make sure that your system works. It's right there. This is the old version, but it works. Basically, if your that is the system. If your the amount of buttons that you have in a component.
Singular moduli is now following.
Modded line, welcome on in. How are you? Who are you? How did you find the stream? Thanks a lot for the follow. I appreciate it. I hope you're good. So the amount of buttons that you have within a component and within a subcomponent imply their use cases. Appreciate it. So if you have one button, you're probably going to use the solid, which is the primary button. If you have two buttons, you're going to have one that is the solid, which is the primary button, and a subtle or ghost button. And then if you have three, you're probably going to have like one solid, one wire, which is not necessarily like the most visible, but it's more important than the last one, which is the ghost button. And so if we go back to, not ban, if we go back here, the hierarchy of information here is that this one, the main action, is the most important button, and then the other two are not as important. And usually the secondary is going to be the cancel button, and the delete is going to be a delete button, which is important, not that much, and it is important by color. So when we are looking at what we have generated here, it doesn't make a lot of sense when it comes to the hierarchy of information. We have this one, this one, and this one that are not at the same level, but kind of the same level, specifically the delete and the main action. So there is a need for our ghost to take our destructive ghost, which doesn't exist yet in the build. So we need to figure that out at some point. But yeah, that information system is something that makes a lot of sense. And same thing here. This is the system that I had in place for the longest time. Obviously, this, as you can tell, is not readable. That is, the text is right there. But this is because I changed some of the data at some point, and that doesn't make at all sense. Also, it's based on the 10 years old now, 9 years old-ish color system that has changed since then. So let's see if we can do that though, because we are supposed to use our ghost destructive, and that's not in the components. So let's build it through here. I noticed that the delete button is supposed to use our ghost destructive button styling, but I don't think we have created it yet. Let's see if that works. Also, Moduli, how, I mean, what are you? Are you a dev, a designer, just someone that is lurking and you found the stream for whatever reason? Which can happen. And this is right now, this is something that I hope will work. So the current chat is about the model and popover and footer of said model. And I'm saying that the delete button in said footer, by assumption, I didn't mention that it was in said footer, should be using the ghost destructive button, which we don't have a design for just yet. So that, good point. This is the second one of the stream. I've been streaming for like 2 hours. This is I'm gonna piss myself all day. But welcome in, Chris. How are you? Um, damn, that hurt so bad. So I'm hoping that right now it has switched our footer to the ghost. Yes, it did. Great. Great, great, great. So that's good. That's working. No color image. We have the delete in destructive. Does it work in light mode as well? It does. I'm pretty happy with that. And then the secondary is fine. I think that's good. Um, I haven't. No. I, I I have a bit of an issue, but also like an understanding um, with what code is written in, and you don't write the code in French. Like, yeah, a button has a button tag within the HTML is not written bouton as in French it is. It's gonna still be written as button in English. So if you obviously it works, but if you are going to code specifically, the code output is 99% of its content going to be in English. Everything, every declaration, every definition for div and something is going to use English terms, and the only thing that you can use as non-English terms are going to be like your variables for title, headers, subtitles, and so on that you can write in French if you want, or in whatever language you have, um, and then use that within, which is fine. I've seen a ton of Japanese and Korean that are basically speaking Japanese and Korean to the LLMs, but the output's still like in English-based code. So that is one of the reasons why I don't like to switch things. If I had, let me open anti-gravity for 1 second. Maybe it's gonna need for an update as well. I can feel that. I can feel it. Let's see. Yeah, let's open this one. For example, this website specifically, just a bit, different, is a French website. So the code is in English, but then the strings of text are going to be in French. So when I'm chatting with the LLMs about the content, I end up saying when we are looking at the qui sommes-nous section, which is like who we are about us, uh, this on its own is a bit of a weird sentence, but because I'm using like quotation mark in between the French sentences, it is easier for the LLM to just pass that thing as a single grep total compared to if I was just mix and matching the French and the English in between everything. So that's the reason. And then when it comes to just having a full thing in French, I could have had like the entirety of this chat with this project in French because it's a French project. That wouldn't have been good. I wouldn't have trusted the output And I think it's better for you to use the LLMs with the language that you are the most comfortable with and familiar with, specifically for explaining complex systems and complex outputs that you are looking for. Um, yeah, that's what I would say. That is what I would say. Yeah. I know what's happening here. It's not gonna, it's not gonna be good. um, yeah, I mean I've seen a lot of people do that. I would say based on what I'm doing most of the time, it's a mix of um, design speech, dev speech, and English, which everything is in English, obviously. But I'm usually saying we are trying to use this variable or this function or this thing, which is like the dev's the dialect. And then when I don't know because I'm not a dev, still, I'm reverting to Figma speech, which is designer talk. And so there is a ton of times within Cursor when I'm like, I'm gonna revert to explaining something as if it was in Figma, because that's what I know. And let me know if you know the equivalent in code so that I can reuse the correct word later. But this is what I'm trying to achieve. Like, I want the component of Figma within this system. That's what I basically did to ensure that if we have a button that is defined once as the main button right here, well, we do have the options to then say, well, if I go into the original button component and then I change something, then this is going to be impacting all the places where there is a button. So going back to the model, I'm currently saying that I'm using this one and this one now exists only because within the footer, there is an option to say, well, this thing is using a destructive, like it has an option for destructive actions. It's either like the helper actions, which is primary and text, or what it is like, is this a destructive action? Does it has like two actions in total? And so on. So that's a thing. I think here, for example, I need the helper text to be something to be visible or not visible. But yeah, nonetheless, the system of Figma-based component, of Figma behavior, of main component and instances around the platform is something that I couldn't really explain in dev term, and therefore it made more sense for me to just go through with a design terms instead. But yeah, you know, that's what it is. Yeah, there's something here that is not right, but that's better than nothing so far. Um, how's the Framer component slash ability slash plugins platform thingy that you were working on a month and a half ago, 2 months ago? I forgot. How's that going? I haven't checked really. I know I looked at the model in light mode at some point, but it's not as if I paid attention to what I was looking at. So that's pretty good. That's pretty good. The only thing that is kind of weird is the spacing at the top, which is fine, but you know, we can play with that. And then here I have my image component that is there. That's the body. That's my body. That's the model. That's destructive. That's the field. That's the cover. So the cover is supposed to be using the image component, which I think we should pull in. Um, the fields are supposed to be linked with the field, which is not necessarily working. And then in my footer, we should define that the footer is defined and the header as well, which is not in any of these. Okay. So in the anatomy, we need to change a lot of things to make sure that everything is working. Because right now that's not the case. We still have the divider that is present there. So yeah. Building plugins, because I can make plugins 1 to 3 days, and I'm good in optimizing and improving workflows. Good job. That's pretty nice. Congrats. I mean, 3,000 users is pretty impressive. And it was one of your first plugin, if I do remember correctly. I mean, at least it's one of the first that you shared with me. So, congrats on that. That's pretty cool. That is good news. That is good news. Listen, I am tempted to do something about it, but I'm also tempted to not do something about it. These three makes absolutely no sense. They look exactly the same. So, yeah. Also, that makes absolutely no sense either. This is... Oedipus filled, Oedipus content, like that makes... Yeah. I mean, it's fine, but... Yeah. I guess I'm gonna keep that in the model find section. We don't need to showcase all the sizes because they are all adapting to the available space. Can I type available as space and the result is just 3 almost identical models? Anyways, let me give you a screenshot of that so that, you know, maybe you understand what I'm talking about. Right there. Oh, no. Oh, my God. I don't understand why that happens. Sometimes this thing is just flying out when it shouldn't. So, yeah. What is the, what's the new plugin that you made? Because that's pretty cool. As I was saying, kinda, not really. If you are someone that is looking for income when it comes to plugins, I feel like you may have a bit of a good potential shot at getting an AI background generation plugins because that is overused and it could be a very good it could be a very good thing on its own. Yeah, that's cool. That's pretty cool. How much you charge for this? because you said it's paid right there. It's paid, but there is nothing to showcase. God damn it. No price. But yeah, the reason why I'm saying this is the amount. God damn, that case is cute. Cute. The amount of people that I'm seeing that have such landing pages right now, and basically the only thing that stands out compared to any other landing page is just like the background is an AI generated image. Obviously, because I'm talking about it, I'm not going to find anything. This makes no sense. Sorry, 1 second. Yeah. Maybe in the likes. Maybe in the likes. We'll see. This one doesn't count. This one could have counted, but it's not. Like this one, for example, is some sort of a dual mix of things, right? Where you have your first image that is the initial rendering, maybe with the skeleton is the thing that has been asked, and then a second one that is simply with the rest of the body behind it. This is most likely something that is going to be 3D based, but it might not be. I can see that there is a bit of physics around it, so that might be just simple physics. But that's like AI generated for sure to have like both of the states. And then if you look at something else, let me see if I can have something that is a bit more simple, easy, realistic rendering. I mean, this one was kind of good. I know I passed it pretty fast. But shit like this, even though this is a video, there is a ton of people that are generating images like this as backgrounds for their website. And, you know, it could work. Again, I kind of want to remind everyone that these are AI generated. You know? I mean, it's crazy how far we came in the past 2 years. Dreaming of being able to create a, a like a character, consistent writing, details, and I mean everything here is pretty good. There is probably a lot of issues with the Japanese, Chinese, Korean characters in the small print, but this is the easiest thing to fix. Like, if I was saying that these were supposed to be characters, and that's the case, there's nothing here. So I can 100% just, you know, let's say I'm copying that image for the sake of presentation. And we just have this thing right there. And I know for sure that there is a need for text that will be vertical text. Based on the fact that this is a fucking unicolor element, I can just do that. And then replace with the text that I wanted to have in the first place. And same thing here, because that's on top of black, and I'm pretty good with it. The only thing that could be a giveaway of this has been AI generated is the texture on the pants, because there are some things that wouldn't necessarily exist in a fabric-based environment, but also some of the shoes, the laces, and so on. From far away, no one knows. So, you know, that's that's impressive. If you are looking at references and you are someone that is using Midjourney, I think this Twitter account is probably going to be really useful for you. Again, it's based on the latest trend of having engravings, illustrations. These ones are pretty impressive. As always, I have a bit of an issue with image generation like this because, well, this is probably coming from an artist that I don't know, and I could probably find the artist and ask them to create the thing for me. But I do understand the appeal from a non-autistic person with no funds that doesn't have the ability to just hire someone. Getting some illustration that look natural or look human generated is pretty it's pretty impressive, no less. So yeah, no, all that. But then again, these ones are pretty crazy. Anywho, so yeah, so that's one of the thing that I would say potentially would be an interesting plugin for Framer specifically because of how many people are currently trying to um, get exactly that. They're looking for header and hero images um, for everything. So I think the other one that I had, and I doubt that I saved it. It's been a bit of a while now. Um, well, it probably doesn't exist anymore, or at least not here. Um, and we've seen them so many times. Like the probability of this nowadays being AI generated and not picture based is really, really high. You know? Um, like it looks so consistent that it could have been a photo shoot, but also there is something about these leaves and I'm like, maybe they are not exactly what they say they are, and maybe this whole thing has been AI generated. I don't fucking know. Maybe. But yeah, like these images, for example, these ones are 100% AI generated. I know that because I can feel the grain, and I know that they are non-existent. I can recognize some of the refs from Midjourney, and the other ones that I forget the name every time. But yeah, like that's the type of thing that people are currently looking for to quickly generate something that would work for the visuals of the website. And it works. Not saying that it's good, but it works. Um, Again, there is a ton of options as well to create some of the visuals that I'm looking for in how can I say that? Procedurally with code. Specifically, if I go back in the likes, this is gonna take a while because it's been at least 2 days. At least 2 days since I've seen them last. There is a creator that is building a bit of a calligraphy illustration thing. I think we talked about it before and I showcased it on stream. But as I said, it's been like 3 days, 4 days. So. And I only know which one it is because of the color scheme. So. Same thing here. We talked about this one a lot. That person is creating like these logo elements. He's been doing pills, stickers, other things. Now it's brick. You know, it's just stuff that people are currently building with. Is was it this one? No. I should have saved it, like saved it, but I didn't. Well, that's the issue. That's the. There is two schools for this, and I'm obviously on both camp at the same time. Um, as a designer myself, I feel like duplicating exactly something that exists on Dribble is not my job, but also it is my job as a designer. Like the amount of time I'm still there, but the amount of time that myself, as a designer, in the beginning went on Dribble, looked for something, find something that is pretty interesting and matches what I wanted to achieve, and then said, let me just recreate that inside of Sketch because that was at the time, and then just build the thing in Sketch and say, well, this is pretty cool, but I need to change this thing, and this thing to better match the current client request. And I did the changes. And the issue that I have today is mostly the vibe coder is going to be basically not thinking about the micro changes that makes it more aligned with what you are trying to achieve. They are looking for exactly this. Like, I am looking to build this app. And so I'm going to take a screenshot of that section for the onboarding and say, we need a screen for the notification. It needs to look exactly like this. And then the LLM is going to build the thing. And for some things, I don't really have an issue with. And for other things, I kind of do. And so here, for example, figuring out that this is the design pattern that you want to have for your app's notifications, I have seen this screen and this screen's variations so many times that I wouldn't mind someone just duplicating this. I have seen this screen as well so many times and this screen as well that I'm like, well, this is a bit of a template-based UI, and therefore I don't really give a fuck if it's duplicated or not, because, you know, like that's not in any way, shape, or form something that is unique. But if I look for Gleb, for example, and let's you hope that I'm ending up somewhere good, like right here, and I see this, and I say to the LLM, let's build an app that looks exactly like this with this level of fluidity and screen transitions and so on. I have a bit of a harder time with this because there is a lot that went into the thinking of this system and the rendering of the design of this system. However, when I go back into my knowledge base, like my personal knowledge base of everything that I've seen for finances, the concept of bubbles for your different stocks or your different accounts or whatever you have isn't new whatsoever. So the main concept, the foundation, the thing that is behind it is something that I've seen many times. What makes it interesting is the amount of crafts and the amount of uh, polish and details that Gleb specifically do and also does in 3D when it does all of the animation and so on, which most people will not achieve anyways. So you can achieve and find something like this and be like, well, cool, I need this exact screen. And so maybe like they decide to post the video when the screen is exactly where they need it to be. So let's say it's here because it's kind of straight or whatever, like maybe they want this. And they take a screenshot of that, they reorganize it to make sure that you have the right angle and so on. And if you send that to an LLM, it's gonna break. It's not gonna recognize what needs to happen, how it needs to happen, what needs to be built. And so I feel like that's kind of fine. You will end up with like an hexagonal chart at the top, that is for sure. But that's it. Like you will not end up with something that is better or equal to this. But then again, going back to the IP question, I do agree that there is an IP based on the user and the designer that decided to create something, but it, the foundation is the same every time. So that's why I'm on both camp. I don't see this as something that is like that unique. The whole system is so simple and so identical to other things that I've seen that at this point, if you send that to an LLM, I'm like, fine. I don't care. It doesn't really matter. This is such a basic layout that no real emotion tied to it. But then if you create something like what I shared earlier, but also something like this, for example, then I'm like, yeah, well, there was a lot more work done in order to achieve this gauge for your car. And I'm also thinking that the ability of you as a vibe coder to be able to create something like this requires you to have so much more information on how to build something like this in the first place. So you could attempt it, but you probably will never have the same level of craft and results in the end. There's a ton of others that have happened on Gleb page as well. But like we've seen this so many times as well. It's a text-based navigation. It's very, very simple. Would duplicating this be like a copy of a design? Yeah, but this is a copy of something else, which is probably like a Swiss design poster somewhere that Gleb saw one day and decided to replicate in a way. So I don't know. I don't know. I think the most telling, Crown High, work on it. How's the day going? The thing that I would say is for the longest time, devs on the internet have been saying the meme of nice code, bro. Thanks, it's not mine. And the designers have been saying, bitch, this thing looks like the thing I did. And we as designer have never shared really, and be open with like our design creations because I don't know why, but it's like we own something. So when I create, let me close this one. When I create something like, uh, I'm gonna fly through these, hoping that it loads the design in question. Uh, Probably not. When I create something like this, that's gonna work. Is it my design? No. This is uh, a Walkman player from the 90s that I used when I was a kid that just resurfaced in my head when I was building this button. And that's it. So it's not my ID. It's probably a Sony creation, which was inspired by Brown, which was inspired by something else before it. I personally, I don't care. Like I don't have a lot of attachment with the designs that I'm making unless it is something that I haven't never seen, and that doesn't happen often. Like same thing here. We talked about it. This is not my creation. This is the original creation that we used as a reference. And when we recreated it right here, um, well, we just recreated it. That's about it. And it's fun. It works and so on. But yeah, like it's not my design whatsoever. It's someone else's design, and it's working. It's fine, and I'm happy with it. But it's not my design in the first place. Uh, when I looked at this, same thing. Like this is something that I've seen somewhere else, and then I redid the thing, kinda, um, and it works. So again, designers are really protective when it comes to their own design, but their own design don't exist. And I don't understand why we are so protective. Like the one that blew up, I don't know if I have it here. I probably do. Like this one, for my taste, when I was not really posting often, this one kind of blew up because a lot of people liked it. And then since then, I've seen so many other people create very, very similar illustration, but this was inspired by something that James did um, a long time ago. And so I saw what James has done, and then I did something similar here, and I just posted it. And it's not like my design whatsoever. It's just like a design that I've seen that was inspired by someone else that also probably had been inspired by something else. So, eh, I guess the only one design that I might be protective of might be these ones, mainly because the skull and the metallic texture is something that I've done many times. But that, at the end of the day, doesn't really. It's not me. It's not mine. I like. I've seen skulls with metallic textures in the past, so that's something. I guess the buttons, when I talked about them in the first place, and then I referenced them so many times. Same thing. Like a lot of people have been kind of recreating things that are similar overall. Um, and the only thing that is really mine that I have never seen before is going to be the can there. Yeah, walk on in. The can navigation, where this here, I truly uh, haven't really seen anyone create something like this before, unless it was within a video game. So again, it is inspired by something else that I've seen somewhere else for sure. But, you know, and then being able to just go from this very basic navigation bar at the bottom to uh, the activated version right there, that works. That was fun. But I'm sure based on the feedbacks and the other people's comments, specifically if I go on, I think it was on Threads, to be honest, on this one. Um, I think here there is a there is someone uh, which might be at the bottom. Yeah, dang. Like, I want to copy this design to my app. I'm sure that it will happen. And it's not that I don't care. It's I'm sure that it will be made, it will be done, and it will be more successful than my own because they have potentially more better marketing than I do. But overall, I have a feeling that my implementation might be better in the long term based on the amount of small details that I've made. But it might be really broken when it comes to the implementation in code because I don't know what I'm doing. So both of these are true at the same time. I feel like for the question in question, um, the IP is not necessarily like I think it's an ego thing for the designer part that don't recognize that um, you know, they believe that anything they create, if they haven't seen it before, is their own creation, and everyone that does something similar now owes them some money or some credits or something because they came up with it, uh, which is interesting. Like I don't think I can show you that for titties reasons. But if we go into what is this thing? Where there's been like a lot of coffee related platform lately that have kind of popped up. Like this, that has been there as a carousel thing that has a rotation. I get it. Um, I'm not saying that this is something that I have created, but about a year and a half ago now, let me see if I can find like one of these so that we have the bottom section. I I created that navigation system that would give you access to basically the exact same system, which is like a rotating bottom part that will change the content. Same system, same ID, same concept, not as well implemented because this one was just like I need to make sure that it works type of thing. But I'm not like in their comment and saying, oh man, you stole my design. If I were to reply to this thing, I would probably say something along the line of, oh cool, I tried something similar about 2 years ago, and this is what I've done. Um, I'm sure you implemented something that is much better based on what I see here. Like this is again the not a dev still true, but this is going to be a very dev thing to see. I I kind of know what they used here to achieve that rotation because that rotation is not a circle. If you look closely, this is mostly a pyramid. There is a bit of an offset, but the offset is not true. It's not a real circle. So this is the Swift UI offset like scroll page transition modifier with a specific amount of rotation based on the index that is currently selected, and fade out. That's basically what it is, which create that kind of pyramidal thing, which is not a true circle, but it still looks like it's circular. It works. But yeah, that's I don't know. Anyway, you said I need to play. That goes in full screen right away. That's crazy. What did you say? I'm guessing it was the fucking thing at the top. And then your play button doesn't seem to work. At least not here. Yeah, it was the thing at the top, right? I don't have that key. I know. No, I'm kidding. This is working. I know that it was the question mark because of the tooltip that was at the top. You might need to make it stay for longer. It's a shift question mark, not a question mark, which is a bit of a different combination key, and depending on the computer, sometimes the shift is included as an action. So I don't know. It depends. On my ends for ban, I have things that are only activated when you have shift on. So it's a thing. That's pretty cool, I would say. I would say. The slashes might be counterintuitive for some users. Like specifically here, shift plus that might be a good thing for you to have like a bit of a split in the keys instead of a plus and a slash. I'm using Figma as a reference, and then this entire thing might be a bit too small. I don't know if it's on just on desktop. I'm guessing it's probably just on desktop because these would be a bit different on TV. The system might need a bit of a bigger thing. And for your reference, as always, you can just go there and look for keyboard layout or keyboard shortcuts and take a look at this. I feel like this is going to be a bit of a better understanding because you can see that it's like one key plus the other key. That's it. And yes, it will take a lot more lines and rows based on what you're trying to do, because if you have, like, let's say on the I mean, it might not be in the essential, it might be on the arrangement, you will have things like this where it's left bracket, right bracket, will be a line on its own. So yeah, I guess that's the only thing that I would potentially say as a change there. The rest is pretty cool. And that's not helping. Okay, cool. You need to swap things 100%. Like, there is no question about this. You need to make sure that your spaces in between your columns is way greater than this, and that your title is really linked with the thing in question. Because right now, if I'm not paying attention, which I usually don't pay attention, the probability of me saying play pose is the slash with the arrows, which makes absolutely no sense, is probable. Because the distance between the element and the thing compared to the thing and its title is way too great. So I know it's very much the same on Figma sides, but they have the advantage of starting with the text. So when you are here, you have, okay, what's the bring forward thing? That's the thing. Okay, cool. I get it. But if I'm here, there is like the text on this side. I know it's counterintuitive what I'm saying, but it would make more sense to just flip them. And for me, I would even not have the space in between things. I would just say, well, for the playback, you have play pose, and then right after, like not even 8 pixel difference. Right after, just like it's gonna be the space bar. I understand for alignment's sake, but yeah, that's the thing. God damn. I'm drinking too much, but I need to pee again and refill the water bottle. The street is still blocked. That's crazy. That is crazy. Anyways, it's pretty cool. Um, I'm guessing. There's probably like an effect and an overlay and something with the background, which I wish I could see. I wish I could play something to see exactly how that behave, because transparency, accessibility, and so on. But other than that, pretty good job. Pretty good job. I think that's the only thing I would have like more space in between the two. Um, I don't know either. Yeah, so you did like a full blank, basically. Interesting. Interesting. It's fine. It's working. Nothing to complain about. You know, it's it's okay. But still, would flip the things, more space in between the sections, more space in between the columns because you can. And yeah, Sorry, they are speaking English in the background. That makes absolutely no sense. I would have had a bit of transparency, a bit of glass in the effect for many reasons. Um, but having this instead, like if you have your if you do that, if you have your key like this, right? That's your key that you need to play, and that what it does right away. And if you have another one that is, I don't know, just one key instead of two, and it does this, I don't mind it, but it's going to be a bit complicated for the reading, which is the current state of what you currently have. Your reading is not necessarily good. However, if you do something like this instead, where it's right after, and that if you have something that is supposed to be like a shorter title and a shorter key and goes right there, then makes a lot more sense when like it does the job. And then if it's a combination thing, and let's say it's just like roughly the same amount of text but not that much, and then you have like a multi-key thing, like that makes sense to me. Like that's better than if you decided to say, well, I'm gonna take the furthest one and then align them, even though that is still better. But that way with this, um, that has less, I mean, that has more separation, and therefore it works. But it's still really bad. Still not the greatest. Oh my god. I need to stop breathing now. Mm. Holy shit. That's bad. That's the wrong key. Um, ah, bitch. Who the fuck is you? Also, why do you hate everything I say? I'm supposed to do that. Let's use something that is very French. It's not. It's from Belgium. Yeah, that's still not enough. Basically, the issue that I have with it is that the space that you have in between the key and the text is greater than the space that you have between the text and the key on the other edge. That's what it is. That's why I don't like this alignment. So that's the first thing, and then also based on how you see some of the transitions. Like it's better to have text first. Like again, going back to what I said to TD last week. What do you want to see, and what is the order that you want to have your event? Do you want to know what, when, where, or do you want to know where, when, what? Like it depends on what it is. Here for your shortcuts, the probability of the question being how do I do pose? Then I'm gonna look for play pose. and then the closest thing is going to be what I'm linking it with. Whereas, again, here, if I'm looking for something, I see the text first, and then the thing that is next to it, the next in the left to right reading system, makes sense. Whereas here, it's not the right stuff. Or it's not exactly what it is. It's the one that's linked to the next one, which, makes no sense. So, uh, yeah. Also, this is really not good for the understanding of people. Like, this is something that people don't like it. Where if your starting point for your text is not exactly at the same spot every time, then there is a bit of a hard time to read. So again, you could do something like this, which apparently I deleted. You could do something like this. Like, this is not a bad idea. It's not a bad thing. You can give it like a bit more space. But then again, they need to basically be left aligned, both of them. Whereas what you currently have is this. That's not good because the next section being like so close, even if you change the settings and so on. Like, if I just do that, even though these two are really close together, based on the left to right reading system, it makes more sense to say, oh yeah, this is linked to that, because there is something in front of it. But then what I would do is this, and then if you really want to, be specific, you can have a divider in the middle of your gun. So that works really well for me, based on reading system. But also it is confusing because it starts with the fucking button and not the text. But I get it. I understand. I understand why you would want to have the button first. Oh my god. Ugh. Sorry, I'm dying. Oh. Officially, this month is my cardiologist appointment, so we'll see. Maybe I'm worse than before. I have my MRI this week, so we'll see if everything changed. I've been having some more headaches in the past few days, so maybe there is that. I don't know. But yeah, that's better. Still don't like the space in between the two, but overall already better, easier to read. Yeah, that's the reason. God damn. That's better. It is. Hmm. I'm thinking to see if there is something that you can do that would make it a proper system. Not really. Yeah. My brain went somewhere else, obviously. Um, this is, you have too many, you basically have too many controls for what you are trying to achieve, but this is basically what I feel like would be a potentially a better option. Uh, but based on the fact that you are reusing the same key multiple times, this is not going to be an option for very simple reasons. But like something like this with the keyboard and these things do that is a, oh yeah, I get it. The space bar does play pose, even though it is like such a common sense stuff. If you have used the internet once in your life and you've watched a video at least once, you know that the space bar is doing something specific. But schematics like this would 100% help a lot of people. And based on the amount of thing that you have that are reusing the exact same key multiple times, like the shift, the arrows, commands, if you have some things, commands I haven't seen, I think it's just shift. It makes sense. What? Oh my god. Currently dying. What's up? The column spaces is better already. Specifically these center one because they are so close together. They help a ton in the readability. That is great from my point of view. I feel like this is probably going to be a bit of the same thing. Um, that like the alignment is wrong in a way, but not really. And so what I would say that if you simply, and I don't know if that's feasible, but if you simply align with the furthest one, so the easiest thing to do is say that all of your text are the same width or as your longest text. That's it. That's all it is. Um, and that should be working. You could create a table out of this in order to achieve what I just said. A table for each of the section, which is a bit of a complex thing. But like, for example, here you have the 120 is the furthest one. So everything should be aligned with the one. Here, the E is the furthest one, so everything should be aligned with the E on the left side. Um, but I get it. I understand how it might not be the most common thing, but again, the simple fact that you have more space in between these two things compared to the space that you have here already makes it easier for people to understand that it's coming from like what is linked to what. So that's the first thing. And then the second thing is, as I said, because you start with the text and then you arrive here with the left to right reading, then that makes a lot more sense. And for people that are right to left, they would start with the button and then what it does, unless you are flipping the entire thing, which is also an option. But yeah, but that's better. Nonetheless, that is better than what you had earlier today. I am not going to deny that. Like that is much better in terms of alignment. You could also decide to organize things a bit differently. Like you have enough space to put the speed around here in terms of the amount of space that you have. So you could put playback, speed, and volume in one column, and then have track and subtitle and display in one column as well. So that you rearrange some stuff, but you end up with three columns that have roughly the same height. Not exactly, but roughly. So that could be an option. Or if you don't want to bother too much, you could have basically 4 columns instead of 3, but that might be a bit complex on some screens. But yeah, that's the first time we see me do. I have been raised with these comics, not the animation version, the paper version, so I know most of them. I think this one specifically is the one where I think I know this one. I haven't watched the 3D animation version from some years ago because it's I mean it's 3D and it's kind of bad, but it seemed to be pretty good of a rendering. It makes sense. Sorry. It so far it works. It is better than what you had earlier. That's what I will say. The spacing is just like pissing me off for many reasons. Um, but yeah. Yeah, it's fine. Oh, and now the keyboard control don't work. Oh no! No control works because your PC is restarting. That's interesting. You're probably not here, by the way, based on the fact that you are restarting the PC. So we move back to this. Going back to the discussion about devs and designers from earlier. um, Basically, I think the ego of designer and the overall like mentality and the way that we have been raised and we learned things as designers is such an ego-based thing where we simply say that anything that we create is the correct thing, and it's the only one that exists that does exactly the thing in question. So it's just a bit weird. It's just a bit weird. Um, yeah, that's pretty fine. You have 3 3. Basically, you have 3 3 3, 5 5, and then 16 in the center, which I feel like you might be able to split your main columns into a bit more or less per section if, you know, uh, or more. Or more in total, so that you can have like 3 more to push everything down to around here, so that your main section is going to be just up to there, and then this one can go back here. And by splitting, meaning that you can seek 3 seconds forward and then 3 seconds backward. The other option, but like, yeah. Technically speaking, I wouldn't. Because it makes no sense. But for alignment's sake, potentially. The other thing that I wouldn't do is have so many seeking variation. I would have like seek back, seek forwards, and then shift back or forward for X amount of time. But like the fact that your seek back and seek forward is less than 3 seconds, that's crazy to me. For me, the seek back, seek forward is 10 seconds or 5 seconds in some spaces, but like most of the time it's 10 seconds. And then if I wanted to have something that is a bit more interesting, I would use a seek for 30 seconds. So my regular would be like 10 10. Nice with this animation in the background. And then my shift seek would be 30, so that I can just move further. But yeah, I would say the only issue that I have here with your system is that your quick seek is only in one direction. You don't go back with it. So like it's you press 3 and you go 30 seconds in the future, and that's it. You can't go back 30 seconds in the past. You need to do alt arrow left once to go 10 seconds back, and you need to do that 3 times. So yeah, again, I don't mind the flexibility of providing seekability. Goddamn. But um, again, if these things are common practice on TV and you know them and they make sense, go for it. I just don't have the reference for this, so I can't say yes or no. Like it's just that's what it is. If it works, it works. I'm fine with it. But that alignment is a bit better. It's a bit more compact. You might not like this. I don't know. But it's a bit more compact for sure. I see. Yeah, I will reiterate on this thing. I don't know how used you are to things, but personally speaking, the only additional key that I usually have to press is either Shift or Control. So for macOS, it's Command and not Control, or Shift. or Control Shift. Alt or Option happens, but for 90% of the control keys, it's gonna be Shift something or Command something, and that's it. So again, I would say arrow or Shift arrow, and that's it. And then use the YouTube versions of period or comma to go like very, very short periods. I mean, these are frame by frame, but yeah. I mean, I hope so. But yeah. Yeah. Ah, goddamn. I know. I don't want to click. I saw it, that's why I went back up. I saw this. And then I cried a bit. Because goddamn. This makes no sense. Makes no sense. That makes more sense. But you wouldn't have that within your player anyways, so I wouldn't even bother, you know? Doesn't make any sense. Yeah. Can you make everything bigger by like 20%? The key in question, the text, everything. I'm going with the regular assumptions on this one based on types of activities. I know this is for PCs, but even if you use that on like a projector or something, you want this to be kind of bigger so that you can read it at a further distance than straight up to the screen. So I would make like 20% bigger, 25% bigger for most of the things. You know, something like this makes a bit more sense for me. If like this is a tad much, 75% bump, 50% is still in the realm of okay, I can see everything at a glance and I don't have to think too much. So you could even go 50% zoom. What? Not. 75 is too much. 200% is way too much. But you know. It's fine. Yeah. It's a tad better. That's a tad better. There's still something that's bothering me. And I can't figure out exactly what it is. So I'll have to figure it out in order to make something make sense. But yeah. I think it's the relationship in between the columns that just don't make a lot of sense. Also, going back to what I said earlier, I'm repeating myself. Uh, what are the users supposedly most of the time looking for? Like, what do I want to know when I come into a player if I want to know the shortcuts? I will want to know play, pause, stop, next. Um, you know, like that that makes sense. These being the first one, this is really good. But then what are the other things? Is it going to be volume? Not really, because technically speaking, volume up or down, I have the keys on my computer keyboard as a macOS user. If you're not, then I get it. But like that's the type of thing that I'm like, what are the users' requests? What do they want to do? What is the goals that they have when they are trying to figure out which are the shortcuts? To make sure, basically the goal is here to make sure that you have 1, 2, 3 as the first three columns, or the top of the columns being the thing that the people are probably going to look for, or doing the first column the thing that the people are going to look for. So yeah. Um Other than that, it's pretty fine. Other than that, it's pretty fine. What can you explain? What does cycle subtitle and cycle audio do? Is it just like rotating through all the audio tracks that you have? Because if that's the case, that's kind of crazy, no? Also, it goes back to the usual thing of I'm like, you have the fucking settings right here. Like, I would go through that, but I mean, why not? I mean, I know why not, but I don't think it is. I think that's what's pissing me off. Okay, I think I got it. Um, in the center, you have 10 buttons, technically 13 with these being doubles, but like 10 buttons, 10 rows. And it takes less space than 10 buttons. Basically, I mean, 11 in that column because you have these titles that are taking more space, but then you also don't have even spacing in between your sections. And if you simply had even spacing and that 3 here, so you have 3, 3, 3, same amount of spacing, and then on the other side, you'd be kind of fucked if you had like 5, 4, 4. So it's not going to work. So your center section could almost be 5, 3, 3 or 5, 3, 4, kind of. And then you can just read the rest. But that, I mean, right now it's fine. But it's just like there is something that's bothering me with the alignments and the placement and the things, and it's fine. Um, It might just be like the spacing in between these two sections or these three sections to be equal and have the track and subtitle being in the center and the speed at the bottom, so that it kind of match, and then flipping the volume and the quick seek at the top, volume at the bottom, so that you have like a 3-5-3. Here you have a 5-0-4, so it's roughly aligned based on the 3 at the top, and then you have 3-5-4. It could work. It could work. Maybe it doesn't. I don't know. But then again, this is a me thing. Don't worry about it. It's just an alignment issue. Oh no! The second I'm trying to take a screenshot. Oh my god. Good job. It's crazy. So, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 sections in total. I'm going to need to realign things right after, but that's fine. Great. Fuck. Holy. Alright, so if I take these and I make sure that they are like aligned with what they're supposed to be or where they're supposed to be, and then same thing on the other side to the element, and bottom, top, I don't know, but you know, it's fine. Oops. All that just because I'm confused about the alignments. That's it. Nothing else. No other reasons. I'm just confused. That is not true. That not true. At the end of the day, they should all be the exact same width, but that will never happen. I will always have issues in my alignments because of the half pixel right there. So we'll figure it out. Okay, so let's get rid of the shortcut at the bottom because that doesn't help us. We know that the navigation is roughly the important stuff. The play pose is also the important stuff. The speed is debatable. The display is important, but not that important. And then the volume is related to the track and subtitle, at least in my head. So for me, if you have your seek, quick seek, and navigation that are basically related to moving around within the element that you're watching and or within the parent collection, these makes a lot more sense to be together, at least from my point of view. And I would have something like making sure that you have your seeking, quick seek, and navigation in that order because of their relationship with one another. That makes a lot more sense. Then I would have my track and subtitle and overall like volumes together because these two are related. And then my playback speed are related to each other that are really close to the seeking. And then the display is the only one that I don't really know what to fucking do with. Because this is a global thing. So maybe like, something like this. Also, I know I'm not on the right file for what you're trying to have. But you're missing one. That's probably my main issue. You're missing like one entry. If you had like one more data points, for customization and shit, that would help. Or remove two. Or remove two of them. They're also fine with me. Fine with me. Or, hear me out. Lol. Why is that not hugging content and hugging content? Yeah, exactly. Or play, pose, speak, and speed and display, then seeking, and then tracking. That could work. Could work. You would need to move the volume to the top one and the display to the bottom one. So that they are like 3 to 3 445. Then track and display at the bottom. Kira, hi, welcome in. I'm not. That's Stoney's making. I'm not doing anything here. That might be a better thing. Just because everything is gonna always be aligned. And the only one that is potentially not necessary is this. And you know, because I mean, I'm still, sadly, still the designer here. So, for no reason whatsoever, no reason whatsoever, no reason. Maybe this is a bit big. I don't know. Nope. I'm the one dying very soon. Don't worry about it. But even then, with the gap itself, I'm fine with it. Like I'm pretty happy with it because of the alignment and the fact that these three are kind of making sense. Sorry, with like playback, speed, and volume, seeking, and navigation, which is seeking as well, and then track and subtitle and display, which are basically related but not that related. That makes a lot of sense. And then the distance that we have here of 56 for this to match, this needs to have 56 as well so that we are aligned with the rest of the content. And it looks as if it is 3 columns, but it's not. So that makes a lot more sense than this, even though it's kind of the same thing. It's just like the alignment makes a lot more sense. Let me just give you that. Right, right where? Dark, I guess. I don't think I have the player in player mode because it makes no sense. It's just a blank screen. So right there. Right here. That's where it's supposed to be. No other place. Yeah, that's okay. It's not great, though. Again, based on the alignment of the keys, but you don't really have a choice. So fuck off. You know, the usual. No reason. Again, Alt and Control, I really have a bit of an issue with these two. But You might want something that is uh, more of a conceptual keyboard. So I'm gonna do something really bad and really quick because why the fuck not? You know, it happens. But if you have something like this as a pattern at the bottom, let me just unionize this and then make sure that this is white at like, I don't know, 10% is going to be kind of bad, but we're going to see. Let's do radial. Let's make sure that it starts here, it goes there, and it's fully circular. And at the edge is something like this, and that you have it right there. Maybe you can have something like that is more conceptual overall as these are my keyboard shortcut thing. Could. Or nah. Or nah. I mean, fine. Whatever. Whatever. I guess you could get... Is it this one? I don't think it is. It is. It is. You could get that. Maybe. You can't. Ah, you don't have a keyboard. You don't have keyboard things. Use one of these. It's cute. Maybe you want it at the top instead for what it is. This one would be pretty cute. I'm not gonna lie. Oh my god, the amount of sounds we have on here. That was not supposed to be like this. Yeah, that's what I need. Abstraction. Abstraction. Shit. You have the space. Have the space. Why not use the space? Yeah. Really? Really? 3% opacity? I mean, why not? No, I like that. I mean, I don't, but it's better. It's better. I'm fine with it. I can live with it. Also, Akira, I asked in my head, but how are you? How was your weekend? How's everything? How have you been? The usual questions. Yeah, no, that makes a lot of sense. It works. The fact that you have the 4, 5, first, like, is a bit more anchoring, which is good. Um, if you wanted to, because that's an option, you have 5, 5, 5, and then these two are 4, and these two are the only two that are at 4. So you could decide to say quick seek and navigation are at the bottom because they are the only two that are at 4. The others are 5. However, I don't think that it makes that much sense. And I feel, again, as I explained, having the content based on what it is, like playback speed and volume, seeking, quick seeking, and navigation, and then tracks and subtitle, which is related to the display. There is a relationship in between the sections and the content, which makes a lot more sense, at least to me. So why not? But then again, if you just wanted to have 555 and 44, like 333, 555, 44, that makes sense. And it's an option. You know, it's a you decision. um, I like this though. I like it. I understand it. It makes sense. It speaks to me. Not well, but it speaks to me. So why not? Damn. Damn. That would be good. I don't know which one could work for what you're trying to achieve here. Because it is your keyboard control, so the add box is a pretty cool option. Any button shape would make sense if we wanted to use that, but we don't really have a lot of buttons. I think the hand might be one of the thing that we have. Obviously, I'm not searching. I should. Yeah, the pointer hand could be a thing, but that feels like more of a don't do that situation. Navigation is an option as well. I do like it. I do like it. Chicken, hi, welcome on in. Do I like marathon aesthetic? What do you mean? I am now confused. You got me. What the fuck do you mean? People that run? If that's the question, no, I don't. No, I do not. I don't know what that is. So if you have a link, I would love to take a look. But based on principle, probably not. That's an interesting arrow. Not saying that it's a good arrow, but it's an interesting arrow nonetheless. Thank you. Can I do that? I can. I'm already doing that. God damn. the arrow. We click on that. Maybe. Oh, I've seen that. I have. I do like it. I don't think it's like a practical thing, but for a game, this is really good. Everything makes sense. The arrow overlay, like the cursor override, is something that we hate in 99% of the websites, but when it makes sense, here it makes sense. It's pretty cool. There is a ton of things that they could have done in here with the cursor itself that basically like morph in here would have been so much more interesting. But nonetheless, really cool. We do like it. The aesthetic in question that is here is called cyber brutalism, depending on where you are coming from. Usually people are calling it cyber just because of these hash marks and the kind of like vibrant colors. But then the brutalism is coming from the fact that there is not a lot of rounded corners in there other than in the font. So that's the whole thing. But design wise, it's pretty cool. The concept is really nice. The gameplay is interesting, but at the end of the day, the past few years, I'm going into the gaming industry rant, not the how it looks rant. That comes after. Lately, I have a feeling that the past 6 shooters that has come out are basically the same. Like there is a new game that pop up. When was that? 3 months ago, 4 months ago, I think. That is an indie game that has a ton of different weapons, different skins, characters to play, and so on. And the devs are following what the community is saying about the game and improving the game like really fast, fixing bugs and so on. And basically, every time that I'm seeing like a recording of that game, it looks like Borderland 2 with better graphics. And I'm like, I mean, if we can't do better than Borderland 2 in terms of gameplay and behavior for a shooter, then why build another Borderland again? We have it. So, yeah, I don't know. But you know, I've seen this. I have seen this and it's pretty cool. I feel like it has a very interesting um, design direction overall that is, again, very Borderland-ish to me because of the colors. The reason why Borderland kind of popped off in the beginning is because it was not a brown shooter. And if you don't know what a brown shooter is, you might be too young. But basically, every shooter games at that time was getting browner and browner and browner and browner, and there was no color whatsoever. And then Borderland came in and was like, "This is a bright pink suit. You want that? Yeah." It doesn't change anything in the game. The enemies don't see you more or less if you are like bright yellow. So be bright yellow, and it worked. And then Borderland 2 worked, and then 3 kind of broke down, and 4 kind of was shit. So, you know. But like this is a potential really interesting thing if the environment remain as colorful as it is here in the gameplay. Uh, but you know, I like it. I just don't know names. I would say that's the biggest issue. I don't remember the names every time. But yeah, this is something that is popping off a lot. If we go back to this section specifically, not that section. Uh, if we go back to my likes, which I was on a second ago, this types of aesthetic are basically these new fonts, these new things that are coming from Vercel for the newest Vercel Pixel, things like this. It's kind of the same vibe of the new cyber environment, and then the one that I have in mind, if I can find it, which I doubt I will because I'm looking for it as always. I mean, this one is kind of similar, to be honest. That's the same vibe. We like it. Um, where is that? This is from 2.5 days ago. Yeah, right there. That's kind of the same vibe on a lot of his creations. Like there is a ton of things that are not, but like the first two are really in the same realm of aesthetic, and it's fun to see. It's not necessarily great, but it's fun to see. I think what I was saying about um, the Kusaka could have been a bit more interesting in terms of the behavior. Is if you have something like, let's say that this is your button. That's a big ass button, but let's say that this is the button question, and your button has these kind of neat. Let's do 20 by 24. No reason whatsoever. And we just have custom at 1100, and we make sure that this is, I don't know, orange in the corners. Uh, 2. So if you have something like this with your corners being proper, nope, that's the wrong one. Right here, right? That's your button. Do I have flex? I don't have flex. Do I have? I don't have. I'm guessing. I'm gonna use that because that's gonna work. Shit. If that's your button, and for some reason you decide to have your cursor be an override of the cursor, sorry, my bad, that looks like this with the cursor icon. Let's say it's just like the regular pointer right there. That's your overridden cursor while you're using it. So by having that as a potential, whatever, that's your pointer. So you are just navigating the website. The fact that you could basically, when you are hovering here, make sure that the edges, the corners of your cursor override encapsulate the button once it is hovering. So let's say that you go from, I'm going to duplicate this. You go from here to on hover, get these. This is going to piss me off. Gets these duplicated. And let's say I'm going to just do that instead. And then you have that on top of this. So while you are hovering the button, maybe your cursor get a bit transparent and the bound of your cursor just encapsulate the button itself. and you can navigate on top of that. And then when you go outside, it just goes back and just reconcentrate to where you were. That could be a very, very cool behavior. It goes back to the now old the iPad cursor um, pointer things. I forgot exactly when that's not a thing. I forgot when that happened, but like basically this, I think that's the video in question where they explain and they showcased how they decided to say that if you are hovering a button or a specific button while you're on an iPad, the entirety of said thing. Can I do that? A bit quicker. Yeah, right here. Like when you want to navigate from the regular thing of typing to something a bit different, the cursor in question is going to behave to match what you are expecting so that it makes more sense. I'm expecting at some point to have like things for the positioning like here. I think that's one of the presentation when they show it morph from the dot to the icon environment. So that's basically the same concept. It's the same thing. I forgot exactly who. I think James, there's a chat from time to time, had one of these on his website at some point. So obviously, I'm talking about something that is specific, and now it's just it just doesn't. Show me the thing. So I see that's a 5-second drop. That's the thing in question. Okay, cool. So when you are hovering to a button that makes sense, it just morph into the button itself while you are on top of said button, and then it switch from place to place without reverting to the dot itself because they are all like basically touching. That's something that you could do with the edges and so on. All that just for this. God damn. But yeah, this is like a very common, very current design decision that people are following. It makes sense. It's the it is the normal course of action as we mentioned. I'm gonna go back there because that's what's happening. Here is a button in the year 2000 and then 2008 to 2010, 2016, 2018, 2019, 2020, 2026, 2029, 2032, 2038. That's basically what it is. Can't walk on it. I hope you're good. Because the chicken was asking if I was into the aesthetic of this game, I guess. And yes, I think there are things that could be added, but yeah, none the nonetheless. So yeah, because the way that design community is doing of basically recircling, making things like more rounded, less rounded, more rounded, less rounded all the times. And the fact that Apple themselves decided that last year was their pivot point to have fully rounded elements compared to what they used to have of not fully rounded. Now people and designers specifically are going against the grain because that's what we do and create things that are the exact opposite so that they stand out. But because designers are all the same, everyone is doing very sharp corners, very sharp things, and you end up with stuff that is everyone is sharp, so everything looks the same. And if you are keeping with fully rounded, you stand out. Wow, that's crazy. So yeah, that's the thing. How was the voicemail call thing, Cat? Can you believe it? Since I sent you the picture this morning, the fire brigade is still outside with the building. It's crazy. It's crazy. It's been, well, I would say it's been probably 9 to 10 hours. It's crazy. I've seen people that were on the roof, and I don't know if they were on the roof as evacuating, stuck, or just French and wanting to see how things goes from a closer distance, because that's also a very probable option around here. But yeah, it's it's crazy. It's crazy. Other than that, we good. We good. The only thing that I know is that this building right now is in the process of getting the front face being renovated, reworked, sanded, and so on. And they are currently uh, putting on the scaffoldings. And there is a probability, because they are at the top, that they simply plugged or had a machine or something that caught fire, and then people had to evacuate. I don't know. If it's like if it's the worker that have broken up the fire, then that's an interesting news, because goddamn, because we end up with uh, the city needing to relocate the people and pay for the damages and so on. Oh my god, that nah, ta, really, really? Oh my god. Um, but yeah, other than that, that's not what I wanted to do. Why do you have these? Why do you have corners now? Hmm? Hmm? You have corner and corner radius contained. What the fuck? I know what it is. You basically have your container that is on top of your container. That's wild. Yeah. I mean, there is also I'm gonna be the overconfident man in the room on this one. I I think if you are in your house, or if you are the person that is starting the fire, there are things that you can do to stop said fire very quickly, and it it it's just common sense and reaction time. And I feel like I have them because I have put things on fire in my house before, and just put out the things really quickly and calmly, because just I know how it is. Like I know how things work. It's not like if I had something that was starting to catch fire, the my first thought is put the towel in the water. Like that's the thing. Also that pose is pretty crazy. Like it's yes and no. Like an electrical fire needs to be put out in a very different way, but the very different way is cut the power and then put the fucking watered down towel on top of where there is a fire. So if if there is something that is starting at that instant, like you just need to say, well, the fire needs to be put out, so let's cut the fucking thing, and yeah. Yeah, 100%. Like again, as I said, it's only if I'm in the room or I'm close to the fire starting. If I'm not, then yes, 100%. There is no real thing that you can do because you're not there or you don't notice. And when you notice, most of the time, it's a bit too late for you to notice and do anything about it, other than potentially like use your fucking bathroom to put water on top of the content, but that's not necessarily working. So yeah, I get it. Why am I still needing to pee again? I don't know, but I need to pee again. That was indeed the reason why I went to pee again. Yes, yes it is. Yes, it is the reason. This is the third one of the day or fourth one of the day, and the second one of the stream. God damn. God damn. Anyways, uh, that's pretty good. It doesn't behave in dark mode, light mode, which is good because this is when you're watching a movie. You usually don't want to be flashbanged. That's nice. It might be a tad dark. I would say that's the only potential thing that I would say, like, change potentially, but that's it. Um, Other than that, good. What do you want? What do you mean? Look at the backdrop keys. What do you mean backdrop? Where? How? What? Goddamn. Sorry. Oh. I can't see shit at that level. I saw something. I think it was the refresh that happens. Um, hmm. Yeah, I don't know. It feels more like I have smudges on my screen rather than anything else. It don't look good. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It don't look good. Um, I know that you have No Mercy highlighted in terms of the letters. That is a tad more interesting. The transparency kind of helps, but yeah, I don't think the keyboard is a good idea. I'm sorry. I think it's a bad idea. That's what I mean by I don't think it's a good idea. Yeah, I don't. I don't think it's a good idea. Nonetheless, it works. So, you know, whatever. These one pisses me off because they offset the keys that are all exactly aligned to the right side of their columns. And if you have colors or buttons, I don't know if that makes sense. Again, I don't think this makes any sense if you are currently using your computer. So, yeah, that's the thing. Like, I don't think if you have your computer, you have the relationship with the colors of the remotes. If you are on your TV, you will have the colors of the remotes, but therefore you have all of the buttons already, which makes a lot more sense to me. So that makes more sense. Yes, yes, it does. Yes, it does. Other than that, you're good. Other than that, I feel like you're good. Just the keyboard is making no sense. Why not? Why not? I'm fine with it. It's okay. Damn. Yeah, these two are really macOS driven. I don't think you have that as a option on Windows. I mean, I don't know if that's the representation of the option key on Windows as well. Um, but it could, you know. Um, I don't know. I don't think so. I don't think it's a good idea. I think it doesn't really matter that there is a blank space around here. It's fine. So I wouldn't bother. It's a nice empty space, and you're good with it. Nothing else matter. You good? I feel like that's fine. But the main question is, do you like it? Are you happy with it? Does it do exactly what you wanted it to do? And is it better than what you had earlier today? If that's the case, then it's a win. If it's still missing something, like if you have a feeling that there is something that could be improved upon, then we need to do something about it. Like if you wanted to go um, here, you know, just for the sake of doing things, you never know. You never know. Maybe you want to create something like what the fuck is you? uh, maybe you want that for your keys. I don't know. It's an option. I know we have another one somewhere. I just don't know where it is. But yeah, you know, maybe. Maybe you want that for each of your fucking keys. Ah, sir. Um, why not? Why not? That's a lot. That's a lot, though. Which technically I haven't touched on this a slight second today. I should have, but I didn't. Um, this is a teeny tiny thing I did this weekend because someone pissed me off in the comments of a TikTok video, and that thing was pretty fun to create. Specifically the flip. I feel like it's cute. I feel like it's cute. And if you are someone that has sound, as soon as you click at least once on the screen, which is like to select something, you will hear these teeny tiny things have a bit of a sound in the background. It's subtle, but yeah. Basically, and I mentioned that before. The the thing that I'm recommending when you are traveling Japan most of the time is taking the plane instead of the train because the Shinkansen tickets cost roughly um, $200 if you want to, 170 if you want to just get a good seat, and it's how they work. Like the seat itself, the ticket itself is costing $70, but then you need to pay for the seat or for the right to be on the train. So at the end of the day, it costs a lot more. When you're taking the plane, it's gonna be roughly 45 to 60-ish bucks for the flight. So it's cheaper, not by much, but it's cheaper. And because I said that, someone said, "But the train is eco-friendly." And I'm like, "Yeah, but my flight doesn't burn anything compared to what Taylor Swift does." And then I looked for who else is burning shit. And so you just said that you are doing, like, I don't know, within Japan, 4 flights, maybe 3, and you need to go to Japan with a long haul and come back with a long haul. And maybe you're someone that has, you don't drive a car, like myself. You have like public transport and shit, and you eat average meats, and your home energy is pretty average as well. You would need to live 660 years on top of your current age and do all of that every single year to match um, the civil emission that they do in 1 year. So I don't give a shit. I, it makes no sense. Like the issue is like 5 people on the entire planet that is consuming and emitting as much as 60% of the population, 66% of the population. So I mean, we just need to kill 13 people, and then we're gone. We're done. Nothing else is an issue. Because that pissed me off, I built this thing. And because some of the people that have seen this thing have been saying, well, it's pretty interesting because you have like these first 5 names that are roughly the top of the list, and then you added Taylor Swift at the end. And I was like, yeah, because we are usually comparing with Taylor Swift, and for Taylor Swift in general, I'm like 106 years, so I would be 136 or 138, which is not that old based on the current medicine. I will never make it to 100, that's for sure, based on the current conditions. But still, um, I mean, that's crazy. That is crazy. But the sound is cool. Uh, Using the sound emission right there for all of the clicks, and any of the buttons as well are clicking. It's kind of fun. It's a nice thing. It's a nice touch. Nonetheless, that was a fun creation experiment thingy. So yeah, this is bad. This bad. Bad keyboard. Bad keyboard altogether. But you know, other than that, that's all we have. That is all we have. I see you've done a ton of things though, Chris, if you're still lurking from far away. I remember the last one I've seen was these two were like where you were, and now you have all of that on top of this, which is pretty cool. Pretty cool. Mm. I see. Anyway, we were supposed to build some components today, but I don't think that's gonna happen. I'm just telling you now. I am just telling you now. This is absolutely broken. I have never seen something more broken than this. I have. I have. These are the thing that I want to have on the other buttons, but it doesn't work. So I talked about that before. These are linked to other components. So when you have the label that is defined somewhere else, you want to go or be able to go to the navigation, to the definition of the label in question. So same thing, button helper is there. Technically speaking, if you have the input here, that one is the action button. It should be pointing out to my button right there, which should be in its tertiary color version, specifically based on what we use inside of the button. And that's the thing for now. That's not what we have. So we have this. It's fine. It's fine. I think, yeah, that's still not working, which makes no sense. And that also makes no sense. But we were fighting on the content header model thing there. I think if we don't have like a subtitle and or a description and or a field, having the image could be enough. No, it's still too big. God damn it. It's still too big. And that's because of the spacing in between the title and the content. That is kind of broken, but it's okay. It's okay. Yeah, that works. That doesn't, though. I don't really understand why this happens. Basically, when you are on a very specific component, and then you decide to refresh the page, it sometimes works, and sometimes where we were a second ago, it just doesn't, and it needs to load something else that is related to the component itself to be able to trigger something. So if I refresh here, I'm gonna go back to the input field component as presented with the button as controls, meaning that some of these things will be potentially working based on some of the states that we have, but that's like unsure, and nothing really makes sense. I don't know why that happens, but it happens. So need to figure that out at some point. Let's keep that. And yeah, I don't know. I guess in our anatomy sections, we aren't properly providing backlinks. I guess I'm gonna call them backlinks to the components used within these sub, I guess. I guess model should link to we'll see if that works. I don't know. I don't know. I think the logic that I have inside of my anatomy section isn't on point, which makes a lot of sense, and that is the reason why the thing is broken. That's probably the reason. Yeah. Anything else, by the way, Stony? I moved on to something else because you didn't necessarily mention anything on other than the players. So I moved to something different. But yeah. I mean, I have something that is in sync. I don't. I do not. I'm kind of scared of this. I have a feeling that these things are like hard coded instead of not. So yeah. Got a complaint on the healing department and you got to work on it. All right. Well, do they? Then, if it's necessary, I get it. Like, these are supposed to be the buttons. The secondary buttons are supposedly the same shit, so it doesn't really matter. And then here, the icon is supposed to be something. The close button is supposed to be the button, so that makes sense. In the model, we're supposed to have a content header, content footer that is linked, so that's good. The input field is supposed to be linked. The cover image is supposed to be the image, but that's not really the case, but that's the case. Cool. Right. I'm gonna go a full pass. Again, this is just Kimi. Kimi is pretty cool. I've been shitting Kimi for, I feel like, a bots now. It's faster and it does the job. Based on the benchmarks that I've seen, it is on par with Opus 4.5 or Sonnet 4.5, and it's free. So, you know, we like that. We like free. We like free around here. I'm basically scared of the table one. I think the table is going to be a bit of a mess based on the amount of subcomponents that needs to be created. And the good part is that the subcomponents are dedicated to the table. There is no other option. Like these blocks are always going to be used within the regular table. There is no option to use them anywhere else. Like these things are based in tables. So far, that's a good thing. But you know, this amount of properties is going to be a bit of a pain in the ass to figure out exactly why and how these works. Mainly because they are nested properties. So the buttons, the badges, the checkboxes, and then the avatars, depending on what they are. And then there is a lot of other variations that are available that impact stuff. So it's you know, that's where we are. Empty states apparently doesn't have the link to the buttons. The empty state doesn't have the link to the badges. Tags either. And divider didn't have the link to the button groups. So now we should be good. Meaning that pagination still not linking to the button because it hasn't been updated, which is good. Navigation system don't exist yet, so let's see what we have. But that's cool. I feel like this is basically what I need to use here instead of these buttons, just for the sake of consistency. So we'll do that at some point. And audience fine. Yes. Table doesn't exist. That's a lot of links for things that don't make a lot of sense, but why not? Actions are there, buttons are there. Both of these are supposed to be the buttons. So we're good with that. Happy with this. Tooltips doesn't have anything to be linked to. Divider. That's the badges. Yeah, divider sometimes has the buttons, but they are not visible because they are in the center, so that makes sense. Cards don't have anything other than potentially having the buttons and the footer or header based on what we have here, which needs to be absolutely worked on. So that's bad. And then the badges or tags have a ton of other things, as in the checkbox right here, the avatar right here, which we didn't have before. So that's good. Good. Alright, cool. I feel like that's good for a bit of a commit on this one. Mostly the model, so that can be pushed. Can be pushed for now. We'll see what we can do soon. Ah, yeah, I'm so scared of this. Anyways, that's the thing. That is the thing. I think I need to rest based on the heart situation from earlier. So I'm gonna look for someone to raid, for the ritual. usual activities at this time of day for safety reasons. We have what we did builders, Bit Gamey is live. We have Captain Coder that is live as well. Visual Studio is live. Do you want to go to Visual Studio? Mm-hmm. I doubt it. James is live, which has been a while as well, and Nan is live. Go to Nan. Nan is live. We haven't been to Nan content in, I feel like, a long time, because I usually don't stream at this time anymore. I am supposed to have stopped. It's a long time ago. So I'm gonna send you there. For reasons. For reasons. You know. A lot of reasons. Obviously. I don't see him on the side, but maybe I'm making a mistake. As well. Yeah, I don't know. But yeah, as always, thanks a lot for being here. Highly appreciate it. If you have a question, I'm not live. Join the Discord to ask the question in the Discord, unless, as always, based on health condition right now, unless I'm dead. Unless I'm dead, which is highly probable. If you have a bit of a perfume collection, get there. If you are interested in having your links on the internet, get there. Apparently now you can log in, create an account. And if you're learning Japanese, as always, this is Can. It's pretty cool. I'm not biased. Everything is fine. But yeah, I'm gonna do my best to not burn the flat, which is pretty simple because I don't really use anything related to fire. And the only thing that is plugged in is the computer, which could catch on fire because things. So yeah. Anyways, take care of yourself. Eat something, drink something, be kind to each other, do your sports, exercise, don't drink your energy drinks, the usual. Bye.